StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey everyone, it's John Lunsford with the Next Round, and high school football season is almost here. So get ready with Next Round Preps. Jerry Young and I will break down all the big matchups each week, and it all starts on August 18th. Listen wherever you get your podcast or at nextroundlive.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
So if you're having a hard time finding that piece of heavy equipment rental needs, remember Cowan Equipment. Their rental fleet there is second to none. A wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now as well. Visit cowan.com, or call them up, 1-800-239-COWAN for more information. Over at Alabama and Tuscaloosa today, a couple of players meeting the media before they go out to practice. One of those is Kool-Aid McKinstry, the defensive back. He tells the reporters today gathered in Tuscaloosa that he will not be playing basketball while in Tuscaloosa. Yeah. He will concentrate only on football.
Yeah. You kind of had to figure that was coming, right?
I mean, I think Alabama's basketball program has progressed to the point where
they may not need it.
He won't get on the court.
Yeah.
Well, and the fact that, man, we just don't have two-sport athletes anymore.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's so hard. I mean, especially he's barely available for the conference schedule the way Alabama plays football normally.
Yeah, and I'm going to say Saban really wouldn't love that.
I don't think so.
Alabama quarterback Bryce Young is saying that Tyler Harrell, the transfer from Louisville, has been very willing to learn and doing a lot, but he says his speed from Bryce Young today, his speed stands out in practice. Now, do you know how fast you have to be at an Alabama practice to stand out?
Well, I never heard this about Jameson Williams. And watching him that first game against Miami, I was like, my God, that guy can fly.
And I've heard the same thing about Harrell.
But it seems like he got faster as the year went on. So if people are already talking about Harrell, yeah, he probably is one of these guys with an elite quarterback who's going to break out and, be a huge playmaker.
Man, thank you to the entire Floribama staff.
Yeah, give them a hand. They're awesome people.
Yeah,
we really are.
We appreciate everyone at the Floribama, the people that came out the last couple of days. We're actually going to leave Lance behind.
That's right.
And he's going to do the show Wednesday and Thursday.
This wasn't planned. It wasn't planned.
Well, I tell you what, we got so many viewers and listeners here. Double Down Media is buying the next round for everybody. We're about to whip out the plastic right here.
Oh, we really?
Yep, buying a next round for everybody in the house right here. Thank you for coming out. That's our decision.
Yeah. Really. I'm part owner. I was not in on the vote.
Oh, come on.
Steve said I'm closing my tab.
Yeah, you close your tab. We got the next one.
Okay. Literally the next round on the next round.
Next round on us.
All right. Chicken fingers for that young man, too, over there.
That's right. Get him.
Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show starts right now, 17 days away from the start of the college football season. It is up upon us quickly. The full NFL first opening weekend of preseason starts tomorrow night, and we'll have games on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and a whole lot of fun. A ton of stuff to get to, including some breaking news in college football. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Lance Taylor down at the Floribama, Rockstar Forrester, Lunsford, Taylor, everyone here in the Next Round studios, the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studios, and we're ready to talk football today. Let's start off with the developing news that impacts our number 23 team, but one of the best teams in college football, and that's Wake Forest and Sam Hartman. News comes out today that he is out indefinitely for treatment for a non-football medical condition. And there's very few details, except Sam Hartman says in a release that he's going to attack the rehab process aggressively and hopes to be back soon.
Yeah, and I know Lance will have some thoughts on this because he is a big Sam Hartman fan. And, in fact, we even found out Sam Hartman is a very good-looking man, Jim. You were gone that day, but this guy's got everything going for him. This is unfortunate news for Wake Forest and for Sam Hartman. Man, you hate to hear it. This is a guy that was poised to have a really good season, one would think. And it is just this is out of nowhere, and it's a non-football related situation.
So LT, let's bring him in from the Floribama. Your initial thought, obviously, is for the well-being of Sam Hartman, but when you talk about the impact on the football field, this could definitely change the whole season for a top 25 team.
Well, we saw Wake Forest last year. I don't think the audio is working.
Yeah. Okay. It's too serious of a story. We'll get back to Sam Hartman in a second. Wait. I've got the punchline. Now we've secured your identity to protect you. Can you tell us the first time that the government officials approached you?
It was last night, and I was on the beach, and a interesting craft pulled up. A couple of men got off, and they told me that within 12 hours, they needed to have me secured in a location. After talking to them for a little bit, I decided it was in my best interest to follow their instructions, and now I'm in a secure place.
So good.
I can't disclose where I am. It is on the properties of Floribama, but trust me, I'm secure. We're gonna get this figured out.
Is Steve there with you?
Yeah, he's got hands on knees laughing. I do see you guys great.
We see you fine.
We see you fine.
Oh my gosh, that is incredible.
I'm trying to picture who you sound like. Sam Elliott may be it. Do you have a Sam Elliott line from one of his movies?
Let me think.
What about Buffalo Bill? Push the lotion on the skin.
It puts lotion on the skin. It's the lotion on the skin.
That's terrific.
I don't even know what to do anymore.
That's way too serious. You're right. It's way too serious.
It's too serious of a subject to let Sam Elliott Taylor bring in the conversation. So it is a big impact on Sam Hartman. We'll get back to that as soon as we get LT's voice cleared up down at the Floribama there. Another big story today is that Missouri has named their starting quarterback, Brady Cook, who played 5 games last year. If you watch Missouri in their bowl game, he went out there and he lit up Army. And Missouri, looked good in that bowl game offensively, 27 of 34. He played 5 games last year. He beats out Jack Abraham, who is the Mississippi State transfer. I don't know if that surprises you. We'll go Lance. I mean, this isn't serious enough where we can't get Lance's thoughts on this. Slow motion Lance. Lance, can you give us a thought on Brady Cook here? I mean, I'm not shocked that he beat out Jack Abraham.
I'm not shocked. You know, the thing is, going into last season, I thought Connor Basilick had a bright future for Missouri after watching him his freshman year, and just didn't play well yesterday. Played last year. I'm confusing myself. You know what? I'm going to tap out. We're going to figure this audio out.
Yeah, do that. I mean, there's a chance that at 12 o'clock this still wouldn't be funny, but we're not there yet. I can't stop laughing every time he starts talking.
Is there you want to do your mortgage right in that voice?
Yes,
Can you get Steve to buy you a bunch of helium balloons? Just hit on them
we'll just balance it out
to make you normal.
Can you just
they probably have them here.
Can you just do a Jimbo Fisher impersonation that will normalize your speed at that point?
That's the way. Think Jimbo.
Yeah. Tell us about mortgage right in a very slow, deliberate, and deep voice.
Let's pretend Sam Elliott is pitching mortgage right.
Yeah.
Inflation is out in full force now more than ever. Rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right. With a variety of loan options, assistant programs, dedicated mortgage experts, Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. They know the financial hardships that are coming for renters, and they want to help you make the best investment for your future. Call Mortgage Right locally. 205-815-9200 or visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
Yeah.
They want you to say, baby, lock the doors and turn the lights down low.
Baby, lock the doors and turn the lights down low.
I feel like you could do a hell of a Ram truck ad right now, too.
There's no doubt. I mean, that's Sam Elliott, right?
Yeah, that is Sam Elliott.
Yeah.
Ram trucks. He was the he was the brother in
Wyatt in Tombstone.
Tombstone, yeah.
Tombstone, yeah.
I still got my one good arm to hug you with.
He's also the brother in A Star Is Born.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you do what was the quarterback's? I Don't Want Your Life?
John Moxon.
Yeah. Can you do I Don't Want Your Life?
It wasn't really low, but
okay.
Yeah, it really was.
Jim's just throwing a movie lights. Can you do make him an offer he can't refuse?
Say hello to my little...
Jack Dawson from Titanic.
Pay me like one of your friends.
Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend.
Yeah. That's the only line.
That's what put me in this closet.
That's the only line that guy didn't use on me the other night.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
not with that voice.
Luke, I am your father. We're going to need a bigger boat. Okay, I'm going to tap out.
Yeah.
You guys
y'all fix that.
Okay. All right.
It's really good, though.
No, I always worry when Lance says he's going to tap out.
Yeah, we may have seen the last time.
Yeah, that we won't see him until Monday of next week.
That's right.
Wimp Sanderson coming up. I got to wipe the tears are just coming out right now. I've got Wimp Sanderson's in the next segment coming up. John Talty joins us in studio at 10 o'clock to talk about his book on Nick Saban, his relationship with Kirby Smart, Jimbo Fisher, and some leadership stuff that's in that book. And some stuff continues to come out from that book, including Nick Saban in tears after the Kick 6 game, something we'll talk to Talty coming up at 10 o'clock about. And Bryant Vincent, head coach of UAB, will be with us at 12:35 later today to talk about Blazers, the UAB Blazers camp as we get closer to kickoff. And camps are up and rolling everywhere else. Last night was the start of Hard Knocks with the Detroit Lions. I didn't watch it. I was late getting back from the Floribama and had other things to do, including saying hello to my family. I assume you did not watch it either.
I did not. Nope.
Didn't see a second of it, and it's my team.
Yeah, it's
You didn't watch it
Rocky's
either?
team.
Nope.
I did see one clip of Aiden Hutchinson, the rookie from Michigan, having to perform and sing Billie Jean. Dude can dance and sing, and he was so good that when he got to the chorus, the entire room was singing and dancing with him. It was really a good clip. You can see that everywhere on social media today from that. So that's where we are with what has gone on as far as the developing news. One injury from an SEC camp that is fairly big. Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida, out indefinitely with a foot injury. Now, here's a guy on Billy Napier's team when they're going to need some offensive weapons. Of all the positions that seem to have changed the most from when Florida was great under Urban Meyer to where they have been the last few years has been, for the most part, dynamic, unbelievable receivers. And Ricky Pearsall is a guy, I don't know if he was going to reach that level, but he is a able-bodied quality receiver who is now out indefinitely with a foot injury.
Well, first of all, when a coach takes over because a coach got fired due to poor record, chances are your roster is going to be a little bit thin to begin with, right? And a lot of times it's because you don't have the necessary playmakers. So that's the case here. I mean, obviously that's the reason that you've got a new coach at Florida. So Billy Napier already feels like he's behind the eight ball here. And, it's not a season-ending injury for the Florida Gators. We'll see about for Pearsall, right? But, it is obviously concerning. If you're Billy Napier, there's a reason Billy Napier has this job right now.
Yeah, and so that's another injury to watch. And I don't know about you, but if for any of your teams – this time of year, like I'm watching a joint practice between the Dolphins and the Buccaneers, they'll do some contact stuff during these practices, and we got exhibition games coming up. The injuries that come out this time of year sometimes can be, they're never, you never consider them to be devastating because they happen in camp and you got time to adjust. But by the time you get to meaningful games down the road, ones that are 50-50 toss-up games, and there's not a lot of those on a schedule like for an Alabama or Ohio State or some of the contenders, but you can go back and look at an Alabama season or an Ohio State season, a Georgia season, Auburn season. When you got to some of the 50-50 games, a guy that you lost in camp on a practice could have been the difference in you winning or losing that game. And that's where I think everyone's on pins and needles for the next 17 to 24 days as we start doing more contact and scrimmages start this weekend. I think everyone watches their timeline saying, please, come on, nobody, no injuries today.
There's no doubt. Were you watching the Hall of Fame game?
Yeah.
The cornerback from Georgia, and his name slips my mind right now on the fly here. He goes down, he just gets rolled up in a tackle.
Yep.
And goes down in a heap. Now, he comes back in the game, but, that is your immediate concern is – and even Chris Collinsworth said it during the game. Like, now both coaches are thinking, any star I've got, why is he on the field right now?
Why are we even playing these games
That's
now?
right. Why am I in Canton, Ohio at this moment? But, you can't play a game in fear. This is a game that you got to be fearless to play anyway. So you can't play in fear, but you got to be smart about it. You mentioned we're watching Bucs and Dolphins camp right now. Of course, number 1 for the Dolphins and number 12 for the Bucs have on different colored jerseys. You're not going to touch those guys, right? But at some point, the quarterback's got to get hit. Now, a lot of times it's in the first game because you protect them and you don't hit them during the season or during the practice. Excuse me.
That was the weird comment from Josh McDaniels after running Josh Jacobs a lot in the first game. He said running backs need to be tackled because a lot of things can happen in the process of a tackle. They've got to be ready for it during the season.
And that was another thing Collinsworth said because Tirico, started talking about that with Collinsworth, and he said, I like to get hit in the preseason one time, just so I get it over with. That first hard hit, I just go ahead and get it over with, and I know that's done. And Tirico even said one time, and he's like, oh, yeah, just the one time, but you don't want it to be in a game. That first time I get hit hard, I got to make sure I'm holding the football right, all those things. I thought that was interesting insight from Collinsworth last Thursday, but, I think that's what Josh McDaniels means by that, and, I think that's why you have aggressive physical scrimmages so that you can get those hits out of the way. Now, you don't want it to be your quarterback. That guy is going to be as protected as he can be. You lose him, it's a difference maker. By the way, there is a Sam Hartman update, as apparently Dave Clawson is meeting with the media right now, if I read this correctly, and says that Hartman will be back this season, that he had a medical procedure last night.
Yeah.
So whatever this was led to some sort of medical procedure last night, but they believe Hartman will be back for the season.
It's non-football related, and they're not releasing it for privacy, so it makes you start running through your mind what it could be.
And it required a medical procedure.
Yeah. And he's got to do a rehab, so you don't know if it's non-football related. You don't know what it could be. I mean, we're seeing Joe Burrow come back from an appendectomy.
Yeah,
he had problems with his appendix.
Yeah, had to have that removed.
And had it removed. That procedure is called a
appendectomy.
Yes. And he had that problem. Now, he's not going to get contact maybe until week 1.
Yeah.
Of the NFL regular season. He won't play in the 3 preseason games, maybe coming back from that. So, on that end, a normal procedure, right, like that could still keep you out for an indefinite amount of time. But it seemed like it was something that occurred during or after practice that the Wake Forest medical staff handled quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, appendectomy, things like that, and Scott was showing it while we were talking about it. They sent out, Wake Forest football, we're behind you, number 10. I mean, stuff like appendectomy, I don't think you go to those links, right? I mean, appendectomy, you announce, hey, Sam wasn't out there today. He had an appendix issue. He's had an appendectomy. We're going to let him heal up. He'll be fine. I mean, that's an appendectomy, right?
Something that could have impacted his draft stock down the road, a heart issue, something like that is something you definitely would keep private.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. It's very concerning, obviously, and hopefully the best for Sam Hartman, and it's at least promising that Dave Clawson says he can be back this year. It's not going to be, season ending, thank goodness, or it doesn't appear to be.
Yeah. Part of our show today as well being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. One more quick update from Major League Baseball before we get to Wimp Sanderson in the next segment. But if you ever need an update on your heating or cooling system, Hemp Hill is the place to go. Those folks are fantastic. Adam and Chad and that team has been taking care of Birmingham for a long time. In fact, the name Hemp Hill has been trusted in the Birmingham area since 1954. We love those guys. We trust them. They fix it right. They fix it the first time. They fix it at a fair price for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. You have another update there?
No, that was it. I'm just kind of looking at a lot of reaction to that, obviously, that all the national college football people are talking about, Brandon Marcello, our buddy, and people like that, how positive this is and how welcome the news is. I think a lot of people assume the worst when you hear non-football injury could be sidelined, it's out indefinitely, non-football related health issue, not even injury. Non-football related health issue could be sidelined indefinitely. You fear the worst and stuff like that.
Yeah, but back at some point this year could be October.
Yeah. I mean,
which
you don't know.
Their season
you don't know, but at least it could be back at some point.
That's Sam Hartman, Wake Forest quarterback we're talking about there. In baseball last night, one thing I wanted to get to because, like a lot of you, first of all, a lot of you don't watch a lot of baseball, 9-inning baseball games in the regular season. And very few of you watch West Coast baseball games.
Awful late, man.
But last night in Oakland, Shohei Ohtani did it again. He pitched and he hit a home run in the same game. He goes 6 scoreless innings, gets the win for the Angels. He hits his 25th home run and equals Babe Ruth as the only player in Major League Baseball history to have at least 10 wins and 10 home runs in the same season.
I mean,
now he's got 25 home runs, so he had to get to that 10th win. So only Babe Ruth and Shohei Ohtani in the history of Major League Baseball have gotten 10 wins and 10 home runs or more in one regular season, and Ohtani's in there with Babe Ruth now. There is nothing you can throw onto that except that is impressive as heck.
I mean, when you consider that this guy has got 25 home runs and a 2.68 ERA, and he's pitched in 19 games. It's not like he's got a 2.68 ERA and he came in one game in relief. He's appeared in 19 games. I mean, how is this guy not the most valuable player in Major League Baseball? And you just in the voting right now.
He's got to be. He's got to be. And he's the best show in the game right now, especially if you catch him when he's pitching and hitting.
I know. I mean, it's what he's doing is incredible. As you said, when you're tied with Babe Ruth for anything, you're an elite company. I mean, Babe Ruth did it the way nobody else has ever done it, really, until Shohei Ohtani. I mean, and it's incredible. And I know a lot of people, the answer to the question I ask is the Angels are 48-36 and 23 games back. Well, imagine what they'd be without Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, exactly. That's with Ohtani and Trout. Imagine what if. All right, Wimp Sanderson coming up in our next segment as we broadcast live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, always presented by our friends at Bud Light. Zero carbs, 80 calories in the Bud Light Next, which is perfect to end your summer with. Wherever you buy beer, you can jump on, look for that beautiful can, the Bud Light Next right now. We'll do our 40 and 40 countdown later on. Today is number 12, Oregon, which gets us into a great Bo Nix conversation later as well. You're watching your home for football, the next round, live from our studios in Birmingham, Alabama. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com. Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446. Or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man in a Toolbox. One Man in a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Back on the Wednesday edition of the Next Round, Walter says, that was so hilarious. You guys need to bottle that, make that a reoccurring character. Deep voice Lance. I don't know if we could ever recreate that again.
We'd have to do it in post. That's the problem. I mean, that being live was what was so good. We could post-produce it, but...
Kyle says, you guys are hilarious, almost wrecked laughing. Thank you, Sam Elliott Taylor there, Kyle and Walter both on our Twitter feed at Next Round Live. Go follow us at Next Round Live on Twitter, also on TikTok, and right there on Instagram.
All right, the Coach Wimp Sanderson joins us each week, courtesy of our friends in the Rental Works division of Crane Works. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Coach. How are you today?
I'm doing good. I think when that boat came up and that the officer got out, I think Lance said, "Officer, I don't need to be handcuffed. I can get back on my own."
That's right.
And the officer said, "No, son, you're going to be handcuffed." And the next thing you know, I got in bad trouble. One of the funniest things that ever happened to me, I was at Selma with a group of guys who had been doing what they shouldn't have been doing, and drinking some. And one of they stole the patrol car around the golf course.
Wow!
They got it. They took it out the highway and they got stopped. And the patrolman pulled them over, and one of them had on hush puppies. He kicked the officer, and the officer kicked him. So they took him to jail. And my other buddy went down there, and he spent the night in the car waiting for him to get out of jail. And the first question he asked him, he said, "Harry, tell me, was the food as bad in that Selma jail as Martin Luther King said it was?"
Oh. What did he say? Yeah, it was awful.
I thought that was one of the. I didn't tell you all what happened, but it was funny. But anyway, I don't know what happened to Lance. I can tell you that he. I know the audio is bad, but also he. Whatever. But I don't know if they. I don't know if they have a wet shirt t-shirt contest, wet shirt tee contest, that he'll know who's not.
You think he's staying down to judge a wet T-shirt contest?
Oh, he'd be a great judge at a wet T-shirt contest. Yeah, I think this one's better. Oh no, better. This one's better. Okay. Come in here and pour a little bit more water on that T-shirt. Let me see.
I need to see them all again. I forgot.
Hey, so did you have a very enjoyable birthday? Did you get a slice of cake or anything?
I did. I appreciate it. No, I didn't do anything. I had a bunch of well-wishers and calls and people I try, and I don't. My problem is I don't know how to thank them by just putting a thank you thing. So I tried to thank all of them individually, and it took a long time. So
yeah.
No, I didn't do anything. I just goofed off.
But you don't eat desserts usually, do you? At least get a slice of birthday cake.
Yeah, I eat a lot of desserts. You know that. I'm a big dessert eater. I eat a lot of desserts. So yeah, I appreciate you mentioning that. Yeah, and I just had from one of my guys that worked with me was called Dr. Transcript. He took care of all my grade situations if I had problems. Dr. Transcript just texted me a belated happy birthday. So we had a good time.
So, Wimp, I want to ask you a question I was going to ask Lance and Brownie later on, but I want to get your thoughts on it first, and we'll bring them into it later. If I asked you right now to put whatever amount of money you have in savings on the SEC winning the national championship in football this year or another conference team winning a national championship this year, would you go an SEC team or a non-SEC team? Because the conference is shooting for 4 in a row.
Yeah, there's only one. There's only one. Big Ten's the only one that have any kind of chance at all. Clemson's going to be a little bit better than people think, but I think the only one there would be Ohio State. I think it'll. You never know. Expectations is is the biggest factor in the world for coaches. The expectation factor for Alabama, if it's a loss, is a bad year. At Ohio State too, because the expectations for them to win the national championship. The expectations to be able to keep the job at Auburn would be, I guess today on another show, 8. If you won 8 games, I know if you can reach that expectation or not. Then you may keep your job. If you don't reach the number of 8, then I think there's a chance there'll be a change down there. So, everything is expectations. And the interesting thing, and I talked about this some today, what affects expectations?
Okay.
What affects that? And here's what affects it. First thing to affect expectations is injury. And if you're not careful, you get more injuries in practice than you do in games. So the injury is an expectation factor. You start off on this show talking about the quarterback at Wake Forest.
That's right.
The second thing is complacency. If you get complacent that we just got beating Tennessee A&M. We hated A&M because what happened. Now we got to go to Tennessee. Tennessee's no good. They can't play, and so complacency is a second factor in what kind of expectations you have. And I would say outside forces would be another problem. If that right tackle drives up Mercedes, it pisses off the left tackle, and the controversy starts on how much you get, and there's no point in that. And I hear this, I hear that. Those factors, right there, they're involved in expectations.
The coach, Wimp Sanderson, with us each week, courtesy of the Rental Works division of Crane Works. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. That said, at most places, and I'd say Auburn's one of them, Coach, Alabama's one of them, Ohio State, Georgia. If you're a head coach, I know that bothers you, expectations, because most of the time the true story, and you realize a lot of those times those expectations are not rooted in reality. You know your roster, you know your opponents better than most fans. That said, you may as well just embrace them at most of those places because you can't tamp them down. Like Ryan Day at Ohio State couldn't come out and say anything today, anything that makes his fans think they're not going 12-0 and winning the national championship.
Yeah. Well, you say enough positive things about your team to try to keep the crowd coming.
Right.
Try to crowd, but I tried to do it with the way Coach Bryant did it. And you say not negative, but some I don't knows. If we've improved the way we've improved in the last few years and so forth and so on, things go well. I think we've had a good recruiting year. We feel like we have. We've got to see if we can all, So you have to put a positive. You have to put a positive approach to that outside of your dressing room. In my dressing room, I said we can have a great team. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to do it. We're going to butts off to do it. But outside, I wanted to say enough positive things to make people come. But also, I wanted to say some realistic things to not lower expectations, but make them understand expectations, which they never do. They never expect expectations. I understand it.
Yeah, I want to get your feel as you and I are older than the average person, right? So I want to get your feeling. I think we're all comfortable now with Nick Saban's slightly better coaching career than Bear Bryant. We're to that point, right?
I don't compare. That's fine.
That's right. But we're comfortable with that conversation now. We weren't for a while, but we are now. When you hear people say that Bryce Young could be the greatest quarterback in Alabama history, he's won the Heisman, and if he wins the national championship this year, Heisman or not, he gets that championship ring, that he could leave Alabama as the greatest quarterback in Alabama history. Does that bother you that, with names like Namath and Kenny Stabler and all those, Pat Tran, all those in the past, or are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that. You know why?
Why?
I think it's a good question because of the way he is off the field. I think he's about as level-headed, does such a great job. I don't think it's phony. The thing that he does with his teammates, I'm talking about buying them steaks and all that crap. I'm just being around them from what I can gather. He's got a mental attitude and an understanding and a likeness for his offensive coordinator that I think is humongous. Bill O'Brien has done a terrific job. People will never forget. Well, I guess they do forget the 90-something yard touchdown drive that they made against Auburn. When if he doesn't go out of bounds, Auburn beats Alabama, and that's a huge drive because that's a drive forward. Because we've already talked about the Hicks. You're going to have John on a little bit later. I've been visited with John about his book, and that was one of the lowlights of Nick Saban in the history of what he's done at Alabama. So, but I would say, to answer your question, I'd be fine with that. I think he's got enough guts off the court. One other thing I know y'all want me to go.
Well, real quick, can I ask you? I want to ask you something related to what you just said before you move on.
Okay.
Because I want to ask you how important it is on the coaching level. Because from what I can gather from talking to people in Tuscaloosa, Bill O'Brien is very well liked by that coaching staff. I don't know if you've gathered the same thing, Coach.
I do. I visited with Bill a little bit down at the beach when they had the golf thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I've heard his assistant coaches and Nick Saban obviously like him. That wasn't really as successful as Lane Kiffin was. That wasn't always the case with Lane. Lane could rub people the wrong way. So how critical is that? Because I mean, look, it's high pressure. You're gonna naturally have some disagreements, but the fact that those coaches really like and respect Bill O'Brien. How important is that too? Not just the players, but on the coaching staff.
I think it's very important. I don't know if both of you realize this. I hope Jim's listening.
I am.
Lane Kiffin cost Alabama the football game against Ohio State because of his ego, not because I'm going to show you what I'm going to do. Lane Kiffin's responsible for that. Bill O'Brien won't be responsible for anything like that. He'll call the plays that's best interested for the team rather than his ego. And there's not any doubt whether you agree. I don't even care whether you agree with it or not. He did. He cost Alabama the national championship.
Yeah,
maybe, and technically maybe two of them, because the
I
Washington game he got fired, and they didn't win the Clemson game.
Yeah, if he's calling plays in the Clemson game instead of Sark, fresh off the bench, you
and
never know.
His stuff is me stuff. It's cute stuff, me stuff. His offensive guy that called the plays for him. And I know he knows a lot of offensive football. Of course, it's at Oklahoma now. But I just think that very interesting to me about that.
No. You're exactly right. And my feelings on Lane Kiffin continue to change the smarter I get about Lane Kiffin.
I like Lane, but I know he can be abrasive, and Lane's going to be the center of attention no matter what he's doing.
He's a guy also that if things don't go right, some cases might be considered somebody to fight Nick Saban recruiting-wise and being cute.
Yeah.
You need somebody down at the end that's kind of cute, smart-aleckly, don't take any crap kind of guy with the media, and they eat that. The other guys, to pull it out of them. I know they're getting to watch practice more than ever. So I don't know. Anyway, let me tell you this, Ryan, and Jim too, but especially Ryan because he's the golfer. As I study, as yesterday, the three golfers got turned down to be allowed to play in Memphis, which was a very good rule for the PGA, I think. You can take one side if you wish. But I learned in studying this and reading this, if I understand this correctly, if you got and I don't understand this, if you got $1 million appearance fee, if you won $4 million in that tournament, that $4 million comes out of that $100 million.
Yeah. So this was.
I didn't. So what I did is I just got $96 million then.
Yeah. So this is what Brandel Chambly of the Golf Channel, former PGA Tour player, initially reported.
I know Brandley.
And the Live came back and said that was untrue. So what he reported is, okay, Dustin Johnson got $115 million. Well, every dollar Dustin Johnson earns in a tournament comes out of that $150 million.
Oh my, that's ridiculous.
Basically, got $4. Now the Live and all the players came out and said it wasn't true. Yeah. But yesterday in court, and this is why you don't want stuff ending up in court.
You never want to go to court.
You never want to go to court because there's a little thing called discovery, and a lot of secrets get laid bare, and that came out. Now the Live has said no, that was misunderstood. Yada yada yada.
Well, we're in a good session. I know you got to go, but I might as well not play if that's the case. Secondly, Secondly, I want to know what happens when me and Lance play as a foursome, and we win. We win $750,000. I could do a little bit like that. You, a couple of putts. You did whatever you did. Lance did whatever he did. We all four won the $750,000. I guess it is. Where does that go? How does that affect this money that you've been given for a piece? I think, and I don't know what the answer to that is. And if you're not playing real well and you're not name, you can be dropped out of the 8 pretty quick.
Yep. Yeah. A lot of stuff came out. More will come out too, and it'll come out on the PGA Tour side too. That's why when you end up in court, it gets messy. And
I don't think the PGA will have. I think the PGA won't be able to fight the match, but they will be able to fight Augusta.
Yeah. All right, he is the coach, Wimp Sanderson. We always love talking to the coach, especially right after his birthday, and he's presented each week by the Rental Works division of Crane Works, Coach.
Well, they got a at-home project coming up or a corporate construction job, you need to visit Rental Works division of Crane Works. They're great people. Craneworks.com will tell you everything you need to know. David Upton does a great job. All of them over there do. Caroline's terrific, the lady that I dealt with when they tried to name those machines, and appreciate them having me on. Appreciate you guys.
Coach, thank you. Love you.
All right. Thank y'all.
Okay. Bye-bye. That is the Coach Wimp Sanderson with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. When we first started this business, one of the many things we did, but one of the first things we did was call our friends at Simpio. Simpio takes care of all the crap you don't want to deal with when you're a small business owner like us. They are the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. Got to have all those things. Don't want to deal with it. Simpio takes care of it for you. In fact, my wife and I just celebrated our 22nd wedding anniversary. So we've been together a very long time. And my wife tells me we now have the best insurance we've ever had as a married couple. The best ever. That's saying something there. So Simpio that's who takes care of that, right? So we're getting great care. You can as well. Simpio.com, Simpeo, Simpio.com, or just call them 205-635-7467.
Yeah, I experienced that down on the coast. I had to get some meds called in. I got a bag load of meds, went in there and dropped $15 and walked out. And feeling a lot better today.
That's right.
Thanks to our friends at Simpio. When we come back, Lance rejoins us from the Floribama, 17 days away from the start of the college football season. A lot going on, and I'll ask the question to Lance and Ryan that I asked to Wimp. If you had to put every dime you have in savings and in your checking account on an SEC team or a non-SEC team winning the national championship this year, where do you put your money? It's next on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Back with you on the Next Round. Jeff at Next Round Live off of Wimp saying that Lane cost Alabama the game against Ohio State in the first ever college football playoff game. Weird, says Jeff. I didn't know Lane allowed Elliott to rush for 230 yards against that Bama defense.
I think that was probably, on Bama's defense, that team was probably the weakest they've been up the middle. Trader Priest, I think he was probably playing as hard as he could. He was probably just the least talented middle linebacker you've had in the Saban era.
Yeah, but sometimes the offensive play calling, the team was out early. They were just, hot knife through butter of the Ohio State defense early on. Sometimes your offensive play calling, the way you call a game, the chances you start to take can impact your defense too.
Well, and that interception in the red zone was a killer for Alabama in that game.
Very much so.
You just can't give away possessions like that.
Let's bring Lance Taylor back in from the Floribama down there, and we'll talk about what's still going on at the Floribama in a moment. But first, tell us about the great folks at Dr. B.
Yeah, Dunaway. Unfortunately, for most with age comes a little hair loss. When it started to happen to me, I asked around. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein, set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge, and Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B went over the options. We chose a non-invasive laser treatment, which will help with the thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see those results in the next few months. Dr. Beckenstein, for more than 20 years, has got a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures for both women and men. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
All right. Forrest, I'd like you to leave Lance up if you can. So I want to get his initial reaction to this. Brandon Marcello, our friend at 24/7 Sports, You had a great theory, Lance, on who you thought likely voted Texas #1 in the coaches poll. Brandon Marcello says, what if it was Nick Saban?
My question would, look, Nick Saban obviously is a methodical guy. What would the strategy behind this be?
They play him week 2.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the suggestion is, it's a week 2 opponent, gets their attention, they got a first place vote. I've never felt like Nick Saban would be the type that would play those types of games.
Maybe he doesn't like what Texas is doing in recruiting, puts a little bit more pressure on a coaching staff. I think that burns some bridges, Flood's there, Sark's there, but a couple other guys are there.
I think if he were operating that way, he'd give A&M the first place vote. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Give A&M the first place vote and then put all kinds of pressure on Jimbo.
Yeah.
If you were operating that way.
I thought you nailed it with UTSA. Jimbo could have done it for the same reasons I just said, but Nick Saban's not one you think, hey, he's got to vote too. So it's an interesting thought there. I just wanted to get your reaction to that. Okay, now the question that I asked Wimp. I want both of you to chime in. We'll start with Lance and then you, Brownie. If every penny you own, LT, you had to go an SEC team or a non-SEC team to win the national championship this year, where do you put every penny? Remember, the SEC won it in 2019, 2020, 2021, trying to make it 4 in a row. What would you do?
Well, I think Ohio State's going to win the national championship. With that said, I think there's only 3 teams that can win a national championship, 2 of which are the SEC, Alabama and Georgia. I think I would have to play the SEC.
That's the route I was taking is, okay, where do I get the most teams? Do I get the most teams from the SEC or the field? So I know I get 2 from Alabama, Georgia. So who do I really need to worry about in the field? Lance says only Ohio State.
I would say Ohio State for sure.
Yeah. Well, 100% you worry about Ohio State. So Lance, you don't worry about Clemson or Utah?
I could see them getting there, but winning 2 games. I mean, that's the problem. Michigan and Cincinnati were both able to get there last year, but they weren't even close to playing for a national championship.
I know, Lance, you don't feel this way, but just odds-wise, am I almost as good of odds with Texas A&M as I am Utah?
That's what what I was about to say. When you go to a B tier of national championship contenders, all of a sudden you get at least one more SEC team into that conversation.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, and here's what could happen. I mean, A&M could easily lose to Alabama, still go 11-1, not play in the SEC championship game, and get in this 14 playoff.
Yeah. So, I feel like once I get down to the Utah level, now I've brought A&M into the conversation, as you said. So now I've got 3 SEC teams and 3 field teams. I think the SEC is the way to go. Even if you're Lance, do you think Ohio State's going to win it? I'm still going to go SEC because I'm getting 2 teams.
We will go all season until they're mathematically eliminating, just thinking that we're on a collision course for Alabama, Ohio State in the national championship in Los Angeles, right? We'll go all season until one of those 2 teams are eliminated, thinking, well, eventually it's going to be the Tide and the Buckeyes out in Los Angeles. That's the way we'll play the whole season.
There were a couple of years where we kind of before the season said it's a collision course for Alabama Clemson, and it played out like that. I can't remember the last time. I guess it was Alabama Clemson where we said these 2 teams will meet for the national championship. I mean, last year there's no way you're going to say 2 SEC teams are going to meet up for the national championship.
Well, I guess not. You didn't anticipate it. It's exactly what happened. And in fact, even going into the SEC championship game, the way Alabama barely survived that Iron Bowl, you still didn't think it. I think everybody thought Georgia's going to, win the SEC championship. Alabama's going to go play in a New Year's Six Bowl, and it'll be Georgia winning the championship, but they're not going to have to play Alabama to do it.
Our friends at Champions Boxing, they want to remind you can get into shape and get ready for your championship run. It's in the name, Champions, right there at the intersection of Highway 119 and Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion. Get into shape using the sport of boxing. Call them up, 205-358-8176, 358-8176. Fitness and competition training, mental and physical training, trains the mind as well as the body, help with that footwork, your speed, your stamina, your core. Ages 7 and up, including special classes for women. 6 USA Boxing certified trainers, over 20 years of experience. Check them out with that phone number or go to their Facebook page or Instagram page, Champions Boxing AL. LT, as we approach the top of the hour here, another night at the Floribama for you. That is Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. 4 straight nights. Another packed house in the Dome?
Yeah, last night was more packed than the night before, and I just assume it gets like that throughout the weekend. I think Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays are always packed. Monday's a little light. Tuesday's a little bit better. Wednesday's a little bit better. There's some dude that's got a couple of hits on the country billboards. He's going to be here tomorrow night. I forgot his name.
What a sales
let
job.
You guys know.
Yeah, some dude with a couple of hits on the country billboard.
His last name's maybe Stell. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm familiar with his beer, Stella.
Oh God,
yeah.
No, it's a paid for gig here, so apparently the guy's a big deal. But you look, I mean, there's not a boring time here at the Floribama. Just always something going on, and yesterday when you guys left, it was kind of the calm before the storm, and it just gets more and more crowded. But just incredible musicians. I'll tell you, the band last night that was on the main stage, they started with. I made sure I put this in the phone where I would remember it for you guys. They started with Hank, then Keith Whitley, Kings of Leon, Creed, and Kid Rock.
Wow. What an eclectic mix of music.
Yeah. I like that. I like a variety there. All right, so LT continues at the Floribama as it's clear on the coast, and LT's ready for another 3 hours with us. He'll continue to join us. John Talty scheduled to be with us in studio to talk about his book next, and then we'll bring LT back later on. This is The Next Round, being brought to you today in part by the great folks at Nichols Outfitters, getting you ready for the hunting season, which is right around the corner.
But you're still out there fishing, too, and they got all the brands of that brand new fishing department you need. Ducket Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, 6 Cents Fishing. All you've been asking for in the new fishing department, Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
John Talty's new book is The Leadership Secrets of Nick Saban. He's in studio with us, and we're going to talk to him in just a second about that. But first, your headlines this hour. Hour number 2 of the live show today, brought to you by our friends at Wayne's.
Wayne's wants you to worry about those rodents, but not worry too long. Listen, if you get an infestation, it's bad news. Wayne's takes care of that with their Smart Pest service. 24/7 rodent monitoring. As soon as one is spotted, it proactively communicates back to Wayne's. Wayne's sends out an exterminator, takes care of it. And right now, you can save $100 off your initial Smart Pest and never get that rodent infestation. 866-WAYNES1. Use the code TNR for the Next Round when you call 866-WAYNES1 and start saving today.
The big story impacting a top 25 college football team, Sam Hartman, quarterback at Wake Forest, out indefinitely after getting treatment for a non-football medical issue. Dave Clawson, his coach, saying this morning he will be back at some point this season. Hartman, in a release, says he's attacking the rehab process aggressively. An injury for an SEC team, Florida's Ricky Pearsall. He's out indefinitely with a foot injury, considered to be pretty serious injury. Missouri names their starting quarterback. Brady Cook gets the gig over Mississippi State transfer Jack Abraham, that from Eli Drinkowitz yesterday. Rams give a contract extension to Sean McVay, and the Braves win in 11 innings last night. They're back at Fenway against the Red Sox tonight, 6:10 on Bally's.
All right, John Talty is a friend of ours. AL.com is where you read him. You follow him on Twitter at JTalty. And as Jim said, he's just authored a book, The Leadership Secrets of Nick Saban, and it is getting rave reviews. It is out today. And John's right here with us in studio. How are you, John?
Great. Excited to talk to you guys.
Yeah, we're excited to have you in. Is this your first book?
It is. It is the debut.
Yeah.
Wow.
Go big. Go big early, right?
Yeah, exactly. Why not?
Yeah. So let's just start with the idea. Why you say I'm going to write my first book? Obviously, Nick Saban's a good subject. Why this angle on him, though?
Well, I think it starts with the fact, and you guys have obviously covered Alabama for a long time too, so you've probably heard the same things, but so many coaches and players over the years have told me that Nick Saban runs it like a business, right? He even refers to it as the organization at times. Yep. It's not just the team, it's an organization. And, I think from the outside in, I could see it looks like he runs it like a business. But I always wondered, is there actually truth to that? Is this just football players talking about how it feels like a business? Or are there actually, business philosophies and strategies behind what he's doing? And so, to me, there have been other books written about Nick Saban. They're all good. I'm not going to knock any other book. But it almost was surprising to me that nobody had taken this angle before, because it felt so natural to me that so much of what he's doing, if he's running it like a business, then there has to be something within that that's translatable to actual businesses and people that are actually running businesses. And so the book is kind of a molding, a blend of college football stuff and also stuff that I think people who run businesses would be interested in.
When you start to tackle a book, your first book, you're used to writing columns and covering a team and the process of a season. Did it look like you were about to climb Everest when you said, I'm going to write a book?
Oh, absolutely. I would say pretty much, if you guys like the show Arrested Development,
yes.
I felt like right after I signed the contract, it was like, I've made a huge mistake, because it's like, now I have to actually write the book. Like, this is going to be really hard. And I think early on for me, one of the challenges, to your point, Jim, was that you write columns, you write stories. There's pretty fast feedback. People like it or they don't. You get immediate reaction to it. And when you're writing a book, there's no immediate reaction. You're just kind of climbing away, hoping what you're doing is good. And you don't really know until you turn in the book, and you really don't know until it comes out and people start reacting to it. And so that was one of the early challenges for me, is just figuring out the balance of what I should be doing on a daily basis. Because there were some days where I felt like, all right, I'm making some good progress here. But then you look at how many words you wrote that day, you're just like, oh man, I got to crank it up. I got to write I got to write 70,000 words. I only wrote 300 words today. I got to figure this out. And so it took a little bit of time to figure out how to tackle it on a daily basis.
So you talk to a lot of people and get some background on Nick Saban, right? Was there somebody that surprised you that's like, this guy likes Saban more than I thought, dislikes him more than I thought, told me more than I thought?
Yeah, I think there were a few guys like that. I actually thought, even though he's talked, a lot and he's all over the media now, I actually thought Greg McElroy had some interesting perspectives. He was more candid than I expected. He has one line in the book where he talks about how his relationship with Saban was pretty much quid pro quo. Like, if I do well, he likes me. If I don't, he doesn't like me. I was like, it's kind of a strong quote. That was interesting. Yeah. But the guys who I feel like I liked talking to the most were the guys who you probably don't know a ton about. Like, I talked to famous coaches and famous players, and they're all good, and we like those guys. We know those names. But some of my favorite guys were like the guy who was a GA, who saw it from a different angle. He was watching the operation in a different way than maybe the star player or some of the walk-on players, because they just look at it differently. Some of my favorite guys to talk to are walk-ons and offensive linemen, because they're always smart and they always look at the game a little bit differently than maybe the guy who has so many natural abilities. He doesn't have to think about it that same way.
Yeah, the GA didn't end up in Nick Saban's office as many times as McElroy. So, it is a different view there. Some of the quotes from the books coming out, Kick Six, the aftermath of that has become a popular one everyone talks about. I guess it surprises people that Nick Saban was that emotional after the Kick Six game. Did it surprise you?
Well, I think I would say at least the early half of his time at Alabama, if not a little bit longer, he was painted as a robot, right?
Right.
And everywhere. And to the point, and there's another chapter in the book which deals with how he's tried to change his media perception. And I think they've worked very hard over the last 5-6 years to show he's not a robot. And that's why they did, Training with the Tide, that ESPN show. They've actively worked to show he does have this more emotional, softer side. But I think, especially in that 2013 timeframe, we were not seeing that side of him at all. It's really only been the last few years, especially, where I feel like we see some more joy from him. We see some more emotions. I remember after the 2021 national championship, he was kind of getting a little emotional talking about those guys too. So we're seeing it a little bit more now, but I think it's just that we didn't see it for so long that seems to be resonating with people. And I've said this a couple of times now, but I guarantee he wasn't the only guy who cried after that game. No. There were probably a lot of people around the state of Alabama that had a couple tears after the way that one went down.
Or worse.
It's the worst loss, I think, probably of his life from a sports standpoint. So, I think it's understandable he'd be a little upset about it.
And John Talty is with us in studio. You read him at al.com, at jtalty on Twitter. Leadership Secrets and Nick Saban is the name of the book that's available today. Get it at your bookstore. John's got a link where you can buy it as well if you go to his Twitter feed, at jtalty. But it wasn't just crying. He, I guess, legitimately considered maybe changing professions. Well, not really professions, still be in football, but maybe walking away.
Yeah, and so that's it's interesting that those are kind of the two things that people are talking a lot about. A lot of kick six stuff, right? But yeah, so the genesis of that is basically before that season even started. He had a meeting with Nick Khan, who's now the co-CEO of WWE. He's doing well for himself, but at the time he was a sports media agent,
and he was the guy. Anybody that wanted to work at ESPN hired Nick Khan to be their agent.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean that's who you hired. If you're like, hey, I'm just doing our own digital platform in Birmingham, but I'd like to be at ESPN one day. I hired Nick Khan if he would take me. So he was the gateway to ESPN, basically.
He, I think, played a big role in Paul Feinbaum being at ESPN.
Zero doubt.
Kirk Herbstreit, Skip Bayless, all these different guys. I mean, he was the guy. And so he comes down to Tuscaloosa to meet with Nick Saban to talk about, what those next steps might look like, particularly a media career. And Saban was interested in it. And then after the season ends, he's out in California doing some TV stuff around the Auburn National Championship game, and he tells Nick, I'd like to meet with ESPN while I'm out here to talk about that next step in my career. And so they have a meeting with Jimmy Sexton, Nick Saban, and the time when ESPN's top executives, John Wildhack, to talk about what a role at ESPN would look like for Nick Saban. And he particularly was interested in a college game day role, which makes sense. I mean, Nick Saban's a very smart guy. He's very astute. I think he realized, if I'm going to go media and be around college football, college game day is the thing. It has the most, traction. And so this would be what I'd be interested in. But what I thought was really interesting talking to John Wildhack, who was, part of that meeting, was that he told me that Saban just kept coming back to, how is this like a team? That was the thing that he was most interested in was, right now I lead a team of people and this is what I've been around my whole life. If I go to college game day, how would that be like being part of a team? What would the day-to-day look like? And I think they explained to him, listen, it's as much like a team as anything you're going to find in media. We're a family, but yeah, it's only 3-4 days a week of work. You're going to have to figure out what you want to do for those other 3 days. And I think at that point, Saban just couldn't get his head around, only working 4 days a week. And ultimately, after that meeting, Nick Khan got back to ESPN and said, essentially, we really appreciate the meeting. Coach has so much respect for what you guys do, but, he still wants to be a head coach at this point.
Yeah, and it's worked out really well. John, more with him in just a second. Let me tell you about the great folks at the University of Montevallo. Your kids are back in school now, thinking about 4 years of college. Montevallo, centrally located here in Alabama, a great place to pursue that college degree. Small class sizes, beautiful campus, according to Southern Living, and a wonderful NCAA Division II, fully funded 21 scholarship sports there. Schedule that in-person tour right now at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. 2 questions about the book. One, how do you promote the book like you're doing here with us today without giving away everything inside the book, the leadership secrets of Nick Saban? How do you do that? It's got to be a thin line that you walk there.
Yeah, I'm not trying to give it away at all. I do want people to buy the book. And so, I think that I think the strategy that I've taken, it actually, I would say a big inspiration for me, and I haven't even talked to this guy, so he doesn't even know this, but the way that I thought Ian O'Connor promoted his Coach K book, in which there were a couple, I felt like, purposeful stories that came out before the book came out.
Right.
Remember, there's one around him and Bobby Knight, and there was one around essentially how Tommy Emmerich, I think, really wanted the Duke job, and he passed him over. And I thought, those are great stories. It made me more interested in buying the book. I think I did buy the book right after that. But after reading that whole Coach K book, those are just 2 small parts in the book, right? But they were juicy and they got people talking. And so with me, that's in part what I want to do a little bit as well. And, I don't control what people write about the book. My book publicity, they send out the books to people and people write what they want. I can't control all of that, but I wanted a couple things to come out that people might be interested in and might make them more compelled to buy the book. But we were talking about the ESPN and Saban thing. When you guys read the book, I think that's 1 page of the book, right? And so it's gotten a lot of conversation. It's great. I love that, but it's 1 page of the book. And so there's 200 more pages that have not been talked about yet. And so that's how I've kind of approached it, where some of the fun stuff has come out, but there's a lot in there that still hasn't been talked about that when people read through the book, they'll see it for the first time.
My other question was, when you do a subject like this, do you approach Nick Saban? Does he endorse the book? Is this without Nick's blessing? Does he contribute? Because a lot of our listeners are asking about that question about, does Nick give his thumb up to John Talty to write the book?
I think he does neither. I don't think he gives a thumbs up. I don't think he gives a thumbs down. I think he just stays out of the way for the most part. I think one of the things that I think I already knew this, but I certainly learned about it. I think one of the big things about Nick Saban is he wants to control everything, right?
Right.
And so the idea of being involved in something he cannot control is something I think is scary to him that he doesn't really want to be a part of. And so one of the stories that I got, it's actually kind of funny. So he wrote his own book back in 2004, right after he won an LSU national championship game. And that next season, they didn't have a great year. And, from people I talked to, he was grumbling about it. It's like, I spent time on this book. I should have been working harder. And I guess he was mad about some of the stuff that was in his own book. He's like, my writer kind of took me out of context. And so from everything I was told was that pretty much he's like, I'm just not doing a book until I retire. Basically, like, I'm not going to, he didn't try to get me fired or anything like that. I didn't call my publisher and tell him, don't let them do the book. He stays out of it. I think he understands the game is the game, but I don't think he's going to be heavily involved in any project, from my understanding, until his own after he retires.
John Talty is in studio with us at Jay Talty on Twitter. The Leadership Secrets of Nick Saban is the book that is out today, wherever you get your books, and he's got links there on his social media where you can buy it. But that control, that desire to control everything is what makes him the best coach in the country. And it's what Alabama had to do back after Mike Shula. It's what Mal Moore, the athletic director, had to convince the people to do, is give the program to this guy and let him run it. And he wasn't going to take the job otherwise. But having watched it this close, John, I'm convinced it's really the only way you can be ultra successful in college athletics.
Yeah, it's so huge, I think, and it's been so critical to their success. But I think one of the things that he's really good at is that he knows the things he has to be all in on at the most minute level. And he knows the other things where I'm going to delegate that to my people because I trust them. Because you can see, I think, especially at the college level, sometimes either approach can be bad. You see some guys who are like, I'm the CEO and I'm not going to get my hands dirty with anything. And then you kind of lose your culture and you see things kind of fall apart. You see other guys who are so in the weeds on things that things just, you can see it going bad. And I remember hearing stories about Ed Ogeron after they won a national championship where he's trying to tell his offensive coordinator what to do with the QB. And it's just like, that's not where your skill set is, man. Like, you gotta focus on what you're good at and let the people who you hired trust them to do what they do. And I think Saban's good at, recruiting is critically important. I'm going to be very involved in that. Running the practice, very important. I'm going to be involved in that. But there's other things he's going to be like, I trust you to do your thing and bring it to my attention when it has to be. Otherwise, I can't focus on that because I got to be efficient every single day.
Yeah, but I think some of that, like with Ogeron, has to be the perception within the industry, within the coaching circles, that he's just a guy that, just lets him go out and run practice, and he's not as hands-on as Nick Saban or Ryan Day or somebody like that. Then ego comes into play. And you're like, well, I'm not viewed as the same as those guys, so I'm going to get involved. Well, like you said, that wasn't Ed Ogeron's skill set. And it was one of the many things that led to his downfall.
Absolutely. And I'll spin off of that. I think one of Saban's other strengths is that there isn't that big ego where he won't adapt or won't evolve or won't change. Because I think back to, and I read about this in the book, but you think about when he hires Lane Kiffin and they make that big offensive change. It's been talked about a lot. But what I thought was so interesting, especially looking back on it, it wasn't like they went 5-7 and he made these big changes. They're a kick 6 away from being in the national championship game. And so he has the humbleness to say, even though I'd much prefer to play this way, I will make the adjustments while we're still really good because I see where things are headed and we're going to have to evolve to be able to meet that. And so I think Saban is really good at knowing what he's good at, knowing where he needs to delegate, but also not being some of these coaches, once they have success, they double down even more. Well, I won a national championship winning this way. I'm going to keep doing it my way. That's not Saban at all. We've seen him change a lot over the years.
The book is The Leadership Secrets of Nick Saban, How Alabama's Coach Became the Greatest Ever. You see the cover there on your screen as you watch us on our video platforms as well. You speak of his ego. I mean, last night, Larry Fitzgerald's in town, Michael Phelps earlier. We've seen Kobe when he was alive in there. Phone calls with Michael Jordan. Charles Barkley's been there. He's not afraid to bring in other people to learn from. And that's got to be a leadership skill as well, right? To not have such a fragile ego that I'm going to not always be the smartest guy in the room.
Absolutely. He is constantly searching to be better. I think if he can make himself even 1% better, he's going to do it. And so I talked to some of those guys who have spoken to the team over the years. And one of the guys told me, he's like, I looked over and I saw Nick Saban is in the front row, and he was taking notes the entire time during my speech. And, he's like, I don't know if he ended up using that much, but like he was trying to find any little thing he could out of what I was talking about that he could use down the line. And there's other guys who I talked to over the years where, especially when he was a little bit younger of a coach, he would go to these like coaching clinics, right? And for a lot of guys, and I've been to some of the coaching convention stuff, like, there's some football stuff, but they're hanging out, they're drinking beers, it's just a chance to kind of cut up. And it's like, we would have these conventions, and like Saban would be the guy who would be kind of pinning a guy against the wall, just picking his brain for any little thing he could get. Like everybody else is drinking beers and having a good time, and Saban's like, can I get a little nugget from this guy that I can use? And he's 70 years old. He's still doing that. He's still, like you said, he's still bringing in guys, that bring different perspectives that not only will he think will help his team, but might help him as a leader.
Yeah, I've only had a few private conversations with him in the years, but he brings that stuff back up. I mean, I've heard him, quote Kobe before, or some of the other people that have been there. I mean, he does take those notes, and it resonates with him for a long, long time. Another segment with John Talty coming up, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. If you're getting ready to tailgate this year, no better way to do it than a ride from Johnston RV.
Yeah, including the toy hauler. Go check out the toy hauler right now. They got a great selection of those, starting as low as $219 a month with approved credit. It's a great way to go see the country, and they're having a sales event right now. You get a $500 camp store gift card plus 2 free nights of camping with the purchase of a toy hauler. You can see more. I-65 exit 304 indicator, 334 in Coleman off I-65, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
The Leadership Secrets of Nick Saban. I know it's on your social media platform, but for those that just want to hear it out of your mouth, how do I get the book?
Love that question. I'd love to sell it right here, right?
Yeah.
So there's a couple different ways. I think if you're just sitting on your couch right now, you want the easiest possible option. You go to Amazon, you Google you put into Amazon the Leadership Secrets of Nick Saban. You can buy it, be to your house probably in a couple of days. Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, they all have it. And then I also want to push, I've been directing people, there's a great independent bookstore here in Birmingham, Little Professor Bookshop.
Oh, yeah, Homewood, right?
Yeah, it's a great place, super cute location. They have story time with kids and all that. If you want a signed copy, I'm signing a bunch of stuff there. They'll ship them out to you. And then I'm doing a book launch party at Little Professor on Thursday. So if you want to come out, get a book signed, meet me, some other people, we're doing that on Thursdays. So that's a place, if you want a place local, support a local business, that's a good one.
All right, we're talking another segment with Talty here in a second, and we'll talk some football 2022 style with him as well. Can't have one of the good Southern writers in studio not asking some questions about the upcoming season. 17 days away from week 0. We continue the conversation from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios after this timeout.
On Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
By the way, if you're an Alabama fan, you're looking for more tickets to a game this year, Vanderbilt and Mississippi State both returned the visiting portion, some of their tickets, so they're available on sale for those single games, Vandy and Mississippi State. Somewhat surprised to Mississippi State tickets.
Yeah. I mean,
Vandy doesn't surprise me.
No, not at all. I don't, Alabama has more fans in Vandy Stadium than Vandy does when they play up there. State surprises me a bit. It's just across the line. John used to work over there some. That surprises you a bit, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe they're not believers in Leach.
I actually think they're going to be a decent team this year.
By the time you get to that game, now it's earlier than it usually is on the schedule, but by the time you get to that game, they may be having a pretty special year. Some of those Hail State fans may say,
wait a minute.
Wish I'd bought those tickets.
Want my tickets back.
Yeah. I remember it was years ago when they came over, they were undefeated. I think they were like 7-0 or something like that. It was like the big We Believe year, and they brought a bunch of fans over, and they got crushed. And so maybe they've got some bad memories from that.
True. Yeah, true. It wasn't close last year in Starkville either. Rockstar's guy is Adam Mestre. Before we get back to John Talty, Rockstar, tell us about your guy.
Just give me a couple seconds, guys, to tell you about Adam Mestre. Of all the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Our 40 and 40 countdown continues later. Oregon's our number 12 team, voted on by you, our viewers and listeners. We'll get to number 12, Oregon, later on, and Lance will rejoin us from the floor of Bama coming up in our next segment. But right now, we're talking to John Talty about his book, The Leadership Secrets of Nick Saban, How Alabama's Coach Became the Greatest Ever. I mean, there's a reason why he gets asked to speak not at coaching conventions, but business leader conventions, and he's done that several times in his career. there are car dealers and bankers and everything who sit and listen to the coach, and they go back into their office and they put the process in their building, don't they?
Absolutely. And I'm sure for what you guys do, and especially being a business of yourself, like I'm sure you probably get some of the same things that I do. That like when I talk to like business leaders around Birmingham, like, and I tell them what I do, they're always asking me about Saban. Like they're always like, how does he do it? Like what's his deal? Like I'd love to like meet Nick Saban and just pick his brain for 20 minutes or whatever it might be. I think business leaders can understand like this guy's got something figured out and it's obviously really working. And so that's kind of what this book is. So if you've never had if you have, but especially if you haven't had the pleasure of being at a Nick Saban speech or working for him or whatever it might be, like this is kind of the blueprint of how he does things that you can deploy in your business, whatever it might be, or even just in your daily life, whether you're a journalist like us or, you're working at a store, whatever it might be, like there's stuff in there that he does day in and day out that would make any of us a better person.
Yeah, because I know, specifically Auburn fans, that would be the natural ones, but it's fans in other fan bases too that are like, look, I hate the guy. I hate that he's at Alabama. I hate what he does to our team, but I have to respect him, and I have to respect the approach. I think people respect the approach. You may not like him. You hate the way he beats your team, but I think a lot of people do respect the relentless approach that he has. And I maintain, and John, you've been around the SEC a long time, I think every major program in the SEC wants their coach to be driven this way. They say they want their coach to be a good family man and all those things. What they really want their coach is to be a natural-born assassin like this.
They want him to win.
They want him to win.
That's ultimately what you want, And one of the guys who I talked to for this book was Gary Pinkel, the former great coach at Missouri. And we were talking about how Saban is so obsessed with complacency, right? And how after he wins a national championship, his brain turns like immediately. And there's part of you that says like, man, like, I wish this guy could like enjoy it a little bit. He's already thinking about that next thing he has to do. And I talked to Gary about it, and he was just like, listen, like when you start enjoying it, that's when you lose 3 games out of nowhere and you fall off a cliff, right? Like it's maybe he'll look back at some point in his life and say, I wish I smelled the roses a little bit more, but like also like his approach is why he hasn't fallen off. It's why he keeps winning. And so, yeah, I think ideally, as a fan, like you would love to like want to grab a beer of a coach as much as you want to see him win, but deep down you really just want him to win. And I think that I've noticed, especially over the last 5-6 years, across the SEC from fans, there is that begrudging respect. Because I think early on in his time, he was hated by people.
Yeah.
And now it's like, you know what? It's like Kobe or Tiger, whatever. Like I am witnessing greatness right now. And I think he has reached that level of status where it's like, I wish he would retire so my team doesn't keep losing to him, but I know that I'm seeing something that might not come around again for a while. And at a certain point when you reach that status, you say, you know what, I just have to respect it because what he's doing is unbelievable. And again, it's not like, he's the son of a guy who owned a gas station. It's not like he was born on third base, the son of a famous coach who got a big job right away. Like he grinded for everything he got. And he didn't really start having major success until he's late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah.
It took him a while to get here. And so I think you have to respect that too, that like he climbed up the mountain the hard way. He didn't get an easy trip to the very top the way other coaches have.
I know you and Paul Feinbaum, and I was confused by this until we started this interview, are about to start another book about his relationship with Kirby Smart and Jimbo Fisher. Do you feel like he respects, it seems to me anyway, and I'd love to get your thoughts on this, how much he respects other coaches and the coaching industry? It seems to be that he is a big fan of coaches in general.
Absolutely. And one of the moments that I love before games is that you'll see Saban, kind of walk across the field and he starts talking to the other coach. And he always has a smile on his face. It feels like one of the, maybe the only moments in that week that he might be happy because he's just talking to someone who's the same,
He's talking ball, yeah.
Yeah, he can talk ball and they can, BS a little bit. And it's an equal to him, right? And I think he enjoys those little moments. I think what's interesting with him and Kirby is that I think he'll appreciate it even more once he eventually leaves. But I think he also realizes as much, respect as he has for Kirby. And I thought, especially after that national championship, I thought he was very gracious in how he handled it. But I bet you about 12 hours later, he's like, I want to beat that guy's butt. And I think that he's so competitive that he now views like Kirby's the number one threat, I would say. He's building a monster at Georgia. And so he has respect for him, but he also wants to beat him every single day in recruiting and all these other different things. And so, there's just, these guys are, especially some of the guys out of the Saban tree, and Kirby and Jimbo are both part of that. They're uber competitive. And that's when, you'll get some feelings hurt along the way sometimes because they both just want to win. All three of them want to win no matter what.
Yeah. You are you're a New Jersey guy, right? You're born in New Jersey?
I am, yeah.
Jim and I have known you for quite a while. I don't know your entire history. When did you come to the South?
About a decade ago. I spent 2 years in Mississippi, and I've been here 8+.
That's right. So the Southern culture of football was what kind of shock to a Jersey guy?
It was different. For sure. Because I went to the University of Maryland, and so at the time they were ACC, and they played Miami, and it was fun, but it's a basketball school for sure. I'm a Jets fan, all these different things. Nobody cares in New Jersey and New York about college football, no matter how much Rutgers and Syracuse try to claim it. And so coming down here, even for high school football, it's just different. And especially for college, all that's built around it, the tailgating, the games, how much people care is just unbelievable. And especially here at AL.com, like our goal, and I know you guys do the same thing, is like we're talking about football every single day of the year. It doesn't matter what else is going on. Like sometimes people get mad about it when we're still talking about football in the middle of March Madness, but like that's what the people want. This is what they want. This is their professional teams, and that's what we try to give them every day. So there was definitely a wake up call. The first time you go into a stadium of 100,000 people, you're like, oh, it's a little different. It's different than a Maryland-Boston College game.
Yeah, I'm interested.
I would assume, yeah.
As a Maryland person, because I have two friends who are from Long Island and went to Maryland. When you're there, do you consider yourself a basketball school at Maryland, or
for sure, because so when
lacrosse
I went
school, I don't know what.
I love lacrosse. Actually, we are a lacrosse school. We're an everything school. I know Auburn is trying to trademark that, but Maryland won the lacrosse national championship. They've always competitive in soccer. I'm sure your listeners are just enthralled by these Maryland stories right now. But so when I went to Maryland, it was Gary Williams was there, and so it's kind of the twilight of his career at that point. But it's a basketball driven school. 18,000 people will come to a basketball game, and like a football game might be 30,000. So it's not, there's not that much more. And like I think Loxley is doing well up there, and I think he's recruiting well, and people are excited about that. But it's definitely more basketball driven. I think in general the Northeast is more basketball driven than football in terms of college.
So football this year, this is one of those years we go in, and we talked about it earlier. There were a couple of years where it seemed like no matter what happened throughout the year, eventually we were going to get to Alabama and Clemson. And it feels like this year, until one of them is eliminated, we're going to go through 15 weeks of eventually this is going to be Alabama and Ohio State. Do you sort of feel that way?
I do. It feels like similar to those Alabama-Clemson years, like it feels inevitable. I don't – of course, the one thing you can't factor in are injuries. If C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young, God forbid, goes down with an injury, it changes everything, and who knows what could happen. But those two teams just seem far and away to me as the most talented teams in the country. They both have plenty of motivation this year to be at the top, and it's just hard to talk yourself into – I'm more familiar with Alabama, but I think with both of them, it's hard to really talk yourself into that many potential losses during the regular season. I've looked a lot at Alabama's schedule. There's a couple of games you can circle as potential threats, but big picture wise, it feels like they have a pretty strong path to make it to a national championship game again.
Yeah, I think privately that Alabama staff was surprised by last year's team about how successful they were. I think they were pointing towards this year's team. I think a lot of the people on the Alabama staff thought this will be the year.
Well, and you saw last year the way that Nick Saban tried to manage that team. And I talked to different people around the program about it. Like, he was confused by them a lot of times. He was frustrated by them. Like, that some of the ways that he knows how to motivate were not working. And that's why I think it was so interesting, especially publicly. For most of that season, he was just building them up. You could tell like that team's confidence was not at a level to be championship caliber. And so he just had to keep building them up in the media, which is very kind of the antithesis of how Saban usually does things, especially when a team's winning. That's usually when he's trying to knock them down a little bit, like don't get the big egos. But he was doing the opposite, and that team was just confusing throughout the year.
Yeah.
There's so many games they could have lost that they found a way to win. But yeah, I agree, and I've talked to other people around college football that felt like last year was the Alabama team that you could have put 3 losses on them and kind of sent a message. But this year is the team where it's just like, the superpower's back. They've got probably the 2 best players in college football, offense and defense, and like this team's coming out to send a message.
I want to ask you real quickly before we wrap things up here about Brian Harsin. You talked about Nick Saban sort of has changed. Can you tell me just your opinion, the difference you've seen Brian Harsin year one and the personality he's showing in year two so far? Because they seem to be two different individuals. In at least my opinion, it feels like he has a staff he's more comfortable with this year than he was last year.
Yeah, I think there's two things. I think I agree with that because I think he hired guys that had SEC backgrounds. I'm sure there was probably part of the deal. Like, you can't bring your entire Boise State staff here, but you could tell he wasn't fully comfortable, and now he has more guys, for better or worse, that he knows and he trusts, and we'll see what the results are, but you could tell he knows these guys better. And I think he definitely has learned his lesson from year one. And so from everybody I talked to, he gets there year one, and he's just like, I'm putting my head down, I'm grinding, don't bother me. And you mentioned earlier, Nick Saban, that's kind of what he did when he got to Alabama. Right. But he came in with a national championship and a lot of juice, and he also delivered upon that. And Harsin basically didn't want to hang out with boosters. He didn't want to do any media stuff for the most part, kept himself very guarded. And then, things go bad down the end of that year, and he's got no friends. He's got no friends as boosters. He's got no friends in the media. There's nobody defending him, and he almost gets fired. We've all talked about that plenty over the last year or so. And so I think this year what you're seeing is starting to show more of that personality. I think he realizes, like, if I'm going to survive, I need some friends, and you're just seeing him be friendlier. I thought that the handing out those T-shirts to the media people, I thought that was funny, showing a little bit of a sense of humor. I think he's being more open to talking to people and just letting people know a little bit about him, because that can buy you an extra year. If people really like you, that can buy you one more year. And I mean, he needs everything he can get.
Yeah,
right
you're
now.
right, though, but you've done this long enough to know those power boosters do not take an L and just move on. I mean, they're not just going to say, oh, well, tried to fire him, didn't work. I mean, he's got to basically remove all doubt.
Yeah, I mean, I've checked around about some of the people who wanted him gone, and I checked, and it's like, yeah, they still want him gone.
No, they still want him gone.
It didn't suddenly change.
Maybe more now than they did after having to take a very public loss that way.
And I think the way you put that is perfect. Like, he has to remove all doubt. You don't want to put yourself at 7-5 at the end of the year. Like, you need a Bama win, a Georgia win, something where it's just like, all right, I can hang my hat on this. Yeah. The other thing he has to do, because I think Auburn boosters pay close attention to this, like, he's got to start recruiting better. He can't sell the vision when you're at the bottom of the SEC recruiting wise, and it's tough. I mean, he's competing against Alabama, Georgia, Texas A&M. I think Billy Napier is going to do really well at Florida. Like, it's not easy to recruit in the SEC, but if you can at least have, say, a top 10 class to point to, like, hey, I know this didn't go the way we wanted to, but like, look at all these studs I've got coming in next year. Like, we got something building here. If you got the 35th best class, like, they're gonna be like, all right, we'll find somebody else who can do better than this.
And part of it's on the boosters now too. They got to get their collective together at Auburn and start moving in a positive direction. The book is The Leadership Secrets of Nick Saban: How Alabama's Coach Became the Greatest Ever, written by John Talty. He's got another book coming out later on, Talty and Paul Feinbaum together, that we'll have him back on to talk about that. Again, before we go, how do you get the book?
Absolutely. So you can buy it on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, all of your great local independent bookstores. Anywhere that sells books will be able to do it. And so I would say, if you're watching right now, just go on Amazon or Barnes & Noble or something like that and hit order, and it'll be there in a couple days.
Yeah, Little Professor locally, great spot there in Homewood if you're watching us in Birmingham. And John's one of the well-respected guys, so you're getting his first book, and they'll be the first of many. John knows what he's doing.
All right, the first of many books. A lot of pressure on John Talty
I know at
right
least
there.
One more.
I heard his stomach turn right there when he said, oh, I got to write two more now. All right, that's Talty in studio with us for a couple of segments. We'll rejoin, bring Lance back in from the floor of Bama and continue our football conversation, brought to you today in part by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. They bring you the lock every day. Hemp Hill is locked into giving you great services. They fix it right. They fix it the first time, and they fix it for a fair price. Adam and Chad have been taking care of you for a long time. In fact, the name Hemp Hill has been handling all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs in the Birmingham area since 1954. Call them up, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. We're back in a moment right here on The Next Round.
On Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Appreciate John Talty spending some time with us, and appreciated the football conversation. We bring Lance back in now and Rockstar for the viewing menu. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call today for more information, 1-800-735-2787, or view his incredible work. Go to danielmooreart.com.
Again, there's nothing really on tonight, but does anybody subscribe to Paramount Plus?
Yes. Is that no? That's prime time. But maybe.
I thought that's where you got Yellowstone.
No, Yellowstone's on Peacock.
Oh.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, maybe
that
not then.
Yeah.
So confusing.
Okay, before football starts, I've got to figure out what I'm subscribing to and eliminating. I think I do subscribe to this though.
Yeah.
Well, you know, there's an app that you can go to, and it tells you all your subscriptions.
How much do I pay for that?
You gotta subscribe to that.
Subscribe
app.
to that, then
Yeah,
put all your
$3.99 a
subscriptions.
month.
I
You
forgot
gotta
my
subscribe to
password.
that, then put all your subscriptions in it. You have to know them to put them in too.
Yeah.
But
I don't think so. I think it goes based on your credit card.
okay.
Oh, that's scary.
Well, Paramount Plus tonight they're releasing VH1's seasons 1, 3 through 6, so not 2 of The Surreal Life. Did anybody watch that show back in the day?
I did not.
The Surreal Life.
The first season, it was a reality television series that was like The Real World, but it was with like C-list celebrities. The first season was MC Hammer, Corey Feldman, Emmanuel Lewis, Vince Neil, and Brandy Roderick, friend of the show. They were all put in a house together. Remember, Vern Troyer was in one season. That's when he got drunk.
I remember the show.
Peed in his car.
Yeah.
So all those seasons are available on Paramount.
If that app goes by your credit card, they're going to tell Lance, sir, you are subscribed to the Floribama, and your subscription is in good standing.
The Surreal Life, I think I've seen before, but why wouldn't VH1 bring something like Behind the Music back, something that's really good?
They have tried. It is on Paramount Plus. They have tried, and I think they've done a Jennifer Lopez one, a Ricky Martin one, and one other one.
No, but those are new ones. I think LT wants us to
classics.
Yeah, to have the old ones.
They don't have the library up. They have all the library of a lot of MTV Unplugs, a couple storytellers, but they don't have the archive. I don't know why, if that's a different ownership thing, but they only have a new season of Behind the Music, but you cannot watch old seasons. But I think on YouTube, a lot of them you can find on YouTube. Anyway, then 7 p.m. on Starz Encore Action, you got The Ghost in the Darkness, a good Michael Douglas, Val Kilmer
that is
film,
a good movie.
Shooting lions, or hunting a lion. And then 10:35 on NBC, The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. First guest is Madonna.
Oh, wow. I haven't thought about Madonna in
Exactly.
forever.
Me neither. Lance, Madonna, how old?
Madonna now
She was like a virgin in 1982.
Only like one.
That was 84, actually. Real
Okay.
quick math. Madonna is 62.
63. So good.
And she looks really, if you get a picture, very naturally beautiful. Hadn't enhanced herself at all. Looks really good right now.
Are you being sarcastic?
Very.
Because I haven't seen her in forever.
She's rough. It's
Well,
sad.
I mean, she's not one that's going to tackle age well.
Yeah. Okay. But
None of us are.
But look, who's the girl that starred in the remake of A Star Is Born?
Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga.
In my head, Madonna turned into Lady Gaga for me, and so mentally, I had forgotten all about Madonna because Lady Gaga had filled that little slot in my brain.
Well, I think Lady Gaga is kind of a poor man's Madonna, honestly.
Yeah.
I think she's.
I think you guys are dead on. If they would have done A Star Is Born back in the 90s, it probably would have been Madonna.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with that.
What was that movie she was in?
Dick Tracy?
No.
She was.
Yeah.
Body of Evidence?
Desperately Seeking Susan?
That was it. Desperately
And then,
Seeking
Who's
Susan.
That Girl?
Yeah. So Madonna, though. All right.
Oh, and she was in Evita too. She won a Golden Globe for that.
Yep. She's a pretty good actress.
Don't sleep on me, Argentina.
Don't
Is that it?
cry for me.
Wake up, Argentina.
Don't sleep
There you
on
go
me,
with those
Argentina.
Colombians again.
Just poking her in the back.
Come
Hey,
on.
Argentina, you up?
Yeah,
Wake up.
Don't sleep,
Don't
Argentina.
sleep on me, Argentina.
Wake up. Wake up. That's what Rockstar's watching, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. All right, LT, we just spent a couple of segments talking to John Talty about his...
Can I ask you questions about that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I didn't get to hear it. So I was talking to our man Steve Powers, who has done a great job.
That was by choice, not technical
Yes,
difficulties.
Right. We should point that out. Go ahead.
Anyway, did Talty say that it is authorized?
It's unauthorized.
Yeah, but he didn't paint it as if it's unauthorized because it's bad. It's just that Nick Saban wrote a book back in 2004. He didn't particularly care for the process that appeared, so he's just kind of stayed out of it. So it's not authorized, but it's also not unauthorized. It's just, it is.
But how many people went on record with the stories?
He told me, John made this point, that anybody that tells a juicy story tells it on the record. This is not like,
there's no anonymous. Yeah.
There's no anonymous juicy stories. Not like he might have gotten some anonymous background information or off the record background, but he's like, everything you have seen that has come out of this book, that's guys on the record. Like the story that has come out the most is Nick Saban considering going to ESPN. Nick Khan who's now with WWE, but was the gateway to ESPN agent, is the guy that's telling that story. I mean, he tells the story on the record.
And we'd all heard that story back then, just not into such detail. I will tell you, LT, I was confused, and I think a lot of our listeners were too, that this was a John Talty only book, and it has nothing to do with Jimbo Fisher and Kirby Smart, which had gotten some play as well. Talty's writing a book with Paul Feinbaum about the relationship with Nick Saban and some of his former coaches like Kirby Smart and Jimbo Fisher. This book has nothing to do with that. This is leadership skills. So when we were talking yesterday, and I was like, I've got no interest in reading about Nick Saban and Jimbo Fisher and Kirby Smart's relationship without them involved in the process. I'm interested in this book because of the leadership skills. This is one of those that you could. It's almost a self-improvement book, is the way I see it. It was interesting, though. Okay, more college football discussion in a moment, but a couple of things going on in the NFL, LT, I want to get your thoughts on. First off, Roger Goodell says he thinks Deshaun Watson should get at least a full year of suspension. He uses the word egregious and predatory behavior that comes out of what the mutual counsel laid on the record there. Where do you think we end up on this? Do you think it ends up being Deshaun Watson out a season?
You know, after Sue L. Robinson earlier this month handed down the 6-game suspension, most of the experts came back and said that this was going to be the blowback from the NFL and that more than likely he wouldn't play this year. And for him to come out and basically lay it down and call Deshaun Watson a predator, I don't see a path to him being back this year. And again, I'll say Deshaun Watson's still a young player, but to miss 2 seasons back-to-back as a quarterback, you just wonder how he's going to come back. But I do think he's going to be out the entire season.
It is interesting, though, that Goodell was going to stay out of this, but the minute he's asked about it, he gives his opinion. I know he's staying out of the appeal process.
But there's still that commissioner's list that he can always put him on if he has to. And one other thing before we get to the top of the hour, and we've got 4 downs trashed, our 40 and 40 still to come in the next hour. I was driving back yesterday from the Floribama where you are, and Sal Paolatonio was on the Dan Patrick Show, and I had it on. And he was asked the question, who has a better year this year, Jalen Hurts or Tua Tagovailoa? How do you think Sal answered, Lance?
Well, you know, Sal is so close. You know, he's a Philadelphia beat writer for so many years, and he's close to that organization. This is tough. Well, to me, I think it's going to be Tua. I just think when you look at his weapons, I think Tua's the much better quarterback. I think he answered Jalen Hurts because I think he's getting some inside information.
He did not hesitate in saying Jalen Hurts. He thinks Tua will have a better year than last year, but he thinks Jalen Hurts will have a better year than Tua Tagovailoa, and he thinks the Eagles are back in the playoffs.
Well, and maybe they will be. I think both of them, though, have never been set up, at least as pro quarterbacks, with better weapons than what they'll have.
That just surprises me because I don't know how many people around here think Jalen Hurts is going to be successful at this level. Sal made it sound that way yesterday. A couple of notes from NFL camp,
Speaking of the Eagles, did you guys see the rookie singing the Chris Stapleton song?
Oh, yeah. I don't know his name.
I don't either.
He was with the Eagles, and Tennessee Whiskey, one of our viewers, sent that to us. And,
that's pretty incredible.
It was fantastic. Did you see Aiden Hutchinson singing Billie Jean? It was part of Hard Knocks last night.
I did not see that. I did not watch Hard Knocks, but I'm going to assume it was not nearly as good as this Eagle.
It actually was fantastic, and he was so good at it that at the end, the entire room is singing the chorus with him and dancing around. The whole Lions team, part of Hard Knocks, but it's also on our timeline sent to us by a viewer. When we come back, LT's got our 4 downs today, and we'll do a preview of our 40 and 40 team, which is Oregon. And then LT wants to ask the question, how are we going to remember Bo Nix at Auburn, right? How do Auburn fans remember Bo Nix? All that to come in the final half of the show right here on the Next Round.
Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, halfway through the show, hour number 3 today. We got some sound from Brian Harsin and Nick Saban and others you'll hear from a little bit later in the show, but we're about to do our 40 and 40 countdown with our Oregon Ducks at number 12 today. But let's get our headline update brought to you by the people that bring you this hour, Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Sterling and the crew right down there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. They are open right now for lunch today, for dinner tonight. Always a great idea for an office party or a party at your house. And tailgate season's coming back again, and tailgates are perfect with Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. See their entire menu, champyschicken.com, and you can go by and see Sterling and his crew today on Highway 119 in Alabaster. And remember them on football Saturdays. Whether you're watching at home or going to the games, take the food with you. It's champyschicken.com, champyschicken.com. The biggest story out there is the Sam Hartman situation, the quarterback at Wake Forest. He is out indefinitely seeking treatment for a non-football medical issue. Dave Clawson said earlier today that he will be back at some point this season. Hartman himself, in a release, says he is attacking the rehab process aggressively. And, Brown, you said there were a couple of reports that he actually had a medical procedure last night.
That was in the report, I think, from Dave Clawson. I think Clawson said that on the podium, is that he had a medical procedure last night. So for whatever the issue is, unfortunately required a medical procedure, but fortunately does not appear to be entirely season-ending for him.
Florida wide receiver Ricky Pearsall's out indefinitely with a fairly serious foot injury. Florida's receiving core hasn't been all name brand since the Percy Harvin days, so they're trying to get back going in the right direction down in Gainesville. Missouri names their starting quarterback Brady Cook as the battles in camp continue at several SEC schools. One interesting one, LT and Browning, is over at Ole Miss, where I keep seeing media reports saying that it is helter-skelter. One quarterback is good one day, another quarterback is good the next day, that if they had to roll somebody out for a meaningful game right now, it would be Luke Altmaier. And that is surprising a lot of folks now.
Yeah, Lance, I'm blown away by this. Maybe it's because of the transfer. I get sucked in anytime a guy transfers in. I assume he's going to start. Jaden Daniels, Zach Calzada, whoever, when they're, Max Johnson at Texas A&M. When they transfer in, I assume they transfer there for a reason. I will really be surprised by this one just because we saw enough of Luke Altmaier, it seemed, to think that Jackson Dart was much better.
No, I would agree. And, and that's the difference when you see these guys in live action. You assume one quarterback's better just because of the way he practices. But, watching Jackson Dart, the first time he ever got action for USC was against Washington State last year, and he looked fantastic. So this is a kid that's got a ton of potential. I think ultimately when the lights are on, I think Jackson Dart will win this job.
I mean, Matt Corral might have been the best non-Manning quarterback in Ole Miss history. Maybe.
He may have been, but Lane Kiffin said yesterday that he's going to let this quarterback battle play out because he started the wrong quarterback his first year at Ole Miss. And if I remember correctly, didn't he stick with not Matt Corral to start off the
John
season?
Rice Plumlee?
Yeah.
Yeah, but my point was going to be, and maybe that's the case, my point was going to be, though, Matt Corral might be the best non-Manning we've seen at Ole Miss. When Altmaier came in, it seemed like the offense came to a grinding halt with him. That's why I'm just surprised it's not Jackson Dart. But yeah, we'll see.
All right.
So I think ultimately it will be Jackson Dart.
I do too. I'm with Lance on that.
A lot of people believe that. So camps continue on all over the place. We'll talk to UAB head coach Bryant Vincent in the final hour of the show. But right now, let's do our 40 and 40 countdown. Number 12, Oregon. It's brought to you by the wonderful folks at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, our friend Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years here in the state of Alabama, the first to ever bring the delicious taste of wings to the state back in 1981. Wings and Things right there on the Strip in Tuscaloosa. And right now they are celebrating with their Inflation Sucks menu. We all know that inflation sucks. Well, Baumhauer's is here to save you a few bucks. Featured item of the week, they've got those onion strings, crisply battered. They've got the homemade buttermilk ranch on the side, only $6.99 for lunch or dinner. Stop in, celebrate at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Number 12, Oregon in our 40 and 40 countdown. And you start, LT, with a quarterback battle here and a familiar name, Bo Nix, for a new coaching staff.
Yeah, the more I look at this situation, I think Bo Nix will ultimately be your guy just because he's got so much experience. 34 career starts, the majority of those in SEC action. There's a reason he transferred out there. They've got 15 returning starters. The bad news is You lose your top 2 running backs, really good players in Travis Dye and C.J. Verdell. You lose 6 of your 8 top tacklers, including Kayvon Thibodeau. Those guys are gone. But the good news is you start to look at this schedule. I think they could be as favored in as many as 11 games.
Wow, that's interesting. You know,
everybody but the opener against Georgia.
Yeah, which is going to be a tough one. I mean, 2 of their first 3 because they got BYU in week 3, so they got kind of a tough start, honestly. The thing with Bo Nix is you just wonder how much the familiarity of Dan Lanning having to scheme against him, and Kenny Dillingham, the offensive coordinator, having coached him, that's got to give Bo Nix a leg up in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to Oregon's offense, LT, though, they seem to have lost their personality. Back when Chip Kelly was the coach, I used to think of Oregon as a fast, innovative offense. They didn't look anything like that last year with Mario Cristobal.
They did in that one game, Ohio State, because they were able to run the football, and they just completely gashed them. And, Chip Kelly, that offense was based on the run first. But you're right. I mean, it's just not the excitement that we've seen before. And with Dan Lanning taking over, a defensive coach, I don't know what this offense is going to be like. I do look at the schedule, though. They've got tricky games. Obviously, Georgia is a game they probably lose, but Brown brought up BYU. They avoid USC, which is good. But they've got Utah, and then they've got to go to Oregon State. Civil War this year will be really interesting.
Yeah, it'll be a fun game. You can't talk Dan Lanning, though, without thinking that their defense has to start moving in a good direction.
I mean, one would think that's what Dan Lanning coaches. It's his side of the ball, so you would have to think their defense is going to be pretty good, and that's really what cost them last year, especially – I don't know if you guys remember that Stanford game. They just couldn't stop Stanford, who was awful offensively. They could never get the key stop for them, so it kind of cost them that win last year.
Dan Lanning,
they were number 3 at that point. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was the Ole Miss Alabama weekend, because I remember going to that game and actually watching the end of Stanford and Oregon at that game, and Oregon basically just gave that game away. But you just wonder how different things would have been if they would have won that game.
Dan Lanning coming off the national championship at Georgia at Oregon, number 12 in our 40 and 40 countdown, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Again, celebrating 40 years in the Alabama area. Make sure you stop into one of those great locations for lunch or dinner. They're celebrating by giving you going easy on your wallet. Try the limited time inflation sucks menu, again, for lunch or dinner at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
We got to ask a question by Tammy over in the chat room earlier, and I'm interested about this too. You were not planning on staying at the Floribama this long. You obviously didn't pack for 7 days, did you? Are you doing laundry? Did you overpack? You got enough clothes to get through the move-in date on Friday?
Yeah, it is pretty interesting. I always overpack. I suck at packing. I hate packing. So I always overpack. So I had that going for me to begin with, but I had packed for 4 nights, 5 days, and I've already washed clothes twice. So I'm good, yeah. I got enough versatility. My problem is I didn't bring any kind of outerwear. This is actually a Patagonia rash guard, but I'm using it as a rain jacket because when I woke up this morning, the storm is actually what woke me up. The wind was blowing as hard as I've ever seen it down here.
As hard as you've ever seen it on the coast.
Yeah.
Well, Brown
had been around for a hurricane, but
Brown had to come pick
I would hope not.
Brown had to come pick me up from the Floribama yesterday, and we're staying next door just to drive me through the floodwaters outside our gate.
Yeah, it must have come a toad strangler while we were on the show yesterday.
I had to take shoes and socks off to get back to the condo.
I did wonder how Lance was going to get back, but I was headed back to Birmingham, and I knew he was not headed out of the Floribama at that hour, so I just let it go, LT.
Only one bushwhacker tomorrow, or yesterday, or did you get another one?
No. So, we had people that had driven in, and so the nice couple from Pell City hung out for a little bit, and Mick Gillespie and his wife and kid came over, so I hung out with them. I had 2 or 3 Bud Lights afterwards. That was the only bushwhacker that I had yesterday, though.
Yeah, I mean, those things are so good. I'm actually at 11:11 craving one.
I'm about to get one, and I got to give a shout out. We know the job that Steve has done for us here. We've talked about Paul, but John and Cameron too, the owners. We appreciate them allowing our brand to be involved with their brand. It's been an awesome week, and one of the reasons I didn't want to leave.
Yeah, and I will tell you, the first day after I had one Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. It's the first day I'm got to come off the bushwhacker now because I'm used to having one at 11:11.
We can't mix them up here. Sorry.
Sort of a lunch drink, if you will. All right, LT. The question you wanted to ask is about Bo Nix and how Auburn fans will remember Bo Nix, and I think that's a complicated question. How Auburn fans remember Bo Nix.
Well, to me, it started game one against Oregon in Atlanta. And, he wasn't great in that game, but that final drive, just the poise as a true freshman to be able to lead them back and to ultimately win that game over a ranked team. Bo just had so many moments, and he was such a polarizing guy, even with that fan base. To me, we remember Jalen Hurts, I think, as an Alabama player, although he was a Heisman finalist with Oklahoma. I don't know how you guys feel about that. He just seems more Alabama than Oklahoma. I guess a lot of this is dependent upon what kind of year Oregon has. If Oregon was able to go 11-1, win the Pac-12, and go to a college football playoff, and Bo Nix played extremely well, maybe we remember him as an Oregon Duck. I wonder where Auburn fans are on this, because I think we've said this before. You said TJ Finley's getting the majority of the reps in Auburn's camp. There is zero chance that Bo Nix wouldn't be the starter. I mean, he would be the starter this year for the Auburn Tigers, and they would be in a better spot with him.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I don't know. Auburn fans, I think Bo Nix was a maddening guy to cheer for. He was all Auburn guy. His family was Auburn. He could not have had a better start with that drive against Oregon to win the game.
In Dallas, I believe.
In Dallas, and you immediately you're like, okay, there's our guy. The guts like his father showed. He's young, but then there was just not, I think, the development and the level of play that people wanted. He's wildly inconsistent at times, but he also played his tail off for you and got you out of a ton of bad situations. But I don't know, man.
Well, let me throw out a couple of Auburn quarterbacks, and you tell me whether Auburn people remember that quarterback better than Bo Nix. They'll remember him more fondly than they do Bo Nix, okay? Brandon Cox.
Bo Nix.
I think Auburn fans like Brandon Cox, but Brandon never played. I don't think he had the great moments that Bo had.
He never lost an Iron Bowl.
Well, I mean, I know. But you play more games than just the Iron Bowl. I get that. I think Auburn fans love Brandon Cox, but I would say Bo Nix.
Did he ever go against a Nick Saban team?
No. I mean, it was a different time.
Well, it was a different time for Alabama football.
It was, but it's still, you beat Alabama. It was a big deal. That surprised me. I've got no more quarterbacks. I'm out after Brandon Cox.
I would go Nick Marshall over Bo Nix.
Well, yeah, Nick Marshall almost won you a national championship.
Yeah. I mean, Jason Campbell, Nick Marshall, Cam Newton are slam dunks over Bo Nix.
I mean, there's an easy one, Stan White. I mean, people remember Stan fondly.
Stan White more than Bo Nix.
I think Auburn fans like Pat Nix more than Bo Nix.
Yes.
Yeah, Damian Craig. I mean.
Yes, more than Bo Nix. Yes, yeah. Damian Craig greater than Bo Nix.
Daniel Cobb. In though,
Daniel Cobb.
Was this his name? Daniel Cobb.
Daniel Cobb was his name. Yeah. I'm gonna go Bo Nix.
Well, how about Jared Stidham? There's one that's recent.
I would go Stidham.
I think Stidham. Yeah. I mean, Stidham again won an Iron Bowl, almost won an SEC championship.
That's where I go Bo Nix first, though, because Stidham doesn't seem like an Auburn guy. Bo Nix was an Auburn guy.
Well, just because they did it in reverse, that Stidham started at Baylor and then came to Auburn.
I don't know.
Nick started at Auburn and left. I mean,
I think it's better you finish.
Yeah.
But I'm contradicting myself because I just said that about Jalen Hurts.
I have to think and remember. Oh yeah, Jared Stidham was an Auburn quarterback.
He was a pretty good quarterback too.
Oh, he was. I mean, he's still in the league. Going to be the backup for the Raiders.
Yeah.
I thought with all the hype surrounding Bo Nix, with him being a legacy guy, I thought it was really going to work out. I thought he would be a guy, and especially with the extra year now, that would play at Auburn for 5 years and be really, really productive.
Okay, I need some Brandon Cox love on social media in the chat room here.
I think Laughing Tim points this out, and I think Laughing Tim is right. I think Cox's last Iron Bowl was Saban's first.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But he got the win in that one too, right?
Yep.
Yeah. The guy won a lot of games.
No, he did. Brandon Cox was a good Auburn quarterback. I'm not trying to diminish him. He was, late in the Tommy Tuberville era. He was a good college quarterback. I'm not trying to diminish that.
I just didn't think Bo would end up being a middle tier Auburn quarterback after that Oregon game.
I don't think I did either. But
you had him in New York as a high school finalist.
Yeah, Dunaway.
Well, that's what I said. I didn't think it'd be middle tier at all.
So 07 was his last year. That was the first Iron Bowl. So he played one Iron Bowl.
So do you think Auburn fans sit down and watch Oregon football this year and cheer for him?
No, I do not. Well, I think at some point, I think Auburn fans kind of got tired of the Bo Nix experience.
Backyard Bo.
I just think the whole thing wore on Auburn fans a little bit. You saw the reaction when he left. Auburn fans weren't terribly surprised, and they didn't seem real upset about it. And now I think on top of all of that, you feel like there's a little bit of a traitor in him. And I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's the way fans view it. Like, oh, we weren't good enough for you, so you got to go live with somebody else?
I think it'll come down to how Auburn plays this year. If Auburn struggles, especially at the quarterback position, and they're losing and Bo's having success, I think there's going to be a lot of resentment.
Yeah, interesting. And that's Bo's the quarterback, or could be, for number 12 Oregon in our 40-40 countdown. Part of our show today also being brought to you by our friends at Nut Dust, getting ready for these dog days of summer. Just because we're about to start playing football doesn't mean it's not going to be 100 on the heat index anytime soon.
I think Nut Dust would be perfect for the SEC fall camps.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Right? Yeah, absolutely.
What is sack meter there? It's a little cooler here today. It's in the 70s because of the overcast.
I think we got low humidity coming up this week.
Sack meter's only 8 outside today. 7.8 actually, as I look at the sack meter over here to the left. But it's a 4 in studio today.
Yeah, well, is it back cold there?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Even Forrester was complaining about it. Hey, your brother had a hoodie on.
Oh my gosh!
Like not even a next round hoodie, like one he got at TJ Maxx or something.
So in the floor, Bama outside was a 10 on the sack meter on Saturday. But
Yes.
Nut Dust is redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut Dust talc free. It's an all natural body powder. It's great for all over the body, feet, below the belt. Available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildly. All day, every day, Nut Dust has got you covered. For more information, visit officialnutdust.com. Put in that promo code TNR. 15% off. Again, officialnutdust.com, promo code TNR.
TNR, that's important there to get that discount right there. Before we take a break, let's do Chad. Let's take Chad in Gadsden. He's wanting to talk a little college football. What's up, Chad? How are you, man?
Hey, guys, I'm great. How about yourself?
Awesome, thank you.
So earlier in the week, you guys were talking about the coaches poll, and I had a couple of questions for you. So I saw where Auburn was receiving votes. I think they would been the hypothetical 31st team. Am I right?
That is correct.
That is correct. Yeah.
First question is, what would Auburn's final record have to be at the end of the season to actually stay at around that 31st spot?
I think 7-5, 8-4 would get them the 31st spot. 8-4 likely gets them into the top 25.
Yeah, I think Dunaway's dead on. 7-5, they would be right around that 30 mark, and 8-4 with that schedule would get them in the top 25.
So 7-5 would. So I guess that would be because the reason I say that is because if you look at the Vegas over/under, I think it was 5.5 wins or something like that. So almost like the coaches versus the bettors or the people who put on the betting lines have a completely different idea of this Auburn team.
Well, I think you guys agree with me. I'm thinking 6-6 or 7-5. I think Vegas is. I don't want to say dead on. It seems a little low. If I had to play that total, I would lean over. Now, I've played the under with our friend Charles Barkley. He's got him at 8 wins, which I think would be, just an incredible season for Brian Harsin.
Yeah, it seems to me, Chad, that it settles at 7-5, but I could see 8-4 or 9-3 if things are really crazy. We talked to John Talty about this earlier, and I think a lot of people believe this, that if you're Brian Harsin and you're more comfortable with the coaching staff this year, there's a good story at AL.com today from Tom Green about just being more creative offensively. People were just not blown away by that Bobo, play calling and offense last year.
Right. Well, and one other thing, I was looking at and you guys can look at this up because this is going to sound like I'm out of my mind, but I swear I saw this. It was on the ESPN FPI predictions for the year, and it had Auburn, I think, as a 60-something% chance to beat A&M. And as much as I dislike Jimbo, especially after all the theatrics and all the nonsense that he's tried to pull with Saban, I don't see that at all.
Is that at Jordan Hare or is that in Kyle
It's
Field?
in Jordan Hare, but it was 20-3 at Kyle Field last year, and Auburn could not move the football on them.
Yeah, but
and,
Texas A&M sucked that day too against them.
It did, but it changes year to year. Chad, the FPI, excuse me, I sprayed it and didn't say it. The FPI can be really, really confusing and doesn't make a lot of sense a lot of times. I would not put a ton of stock in that one.
Yeah, but anything in Jordan Hare, to me, is in play.
If it's a big game and Auburn is good, Jordan Hare's worth 7 points.
Because that Alabama team last year was at least 17 to 21 points better than that Auburn team last year. Right?
Yep.
And that game
went to overtime.
And it took a miracle drive for Alabama to get it to overtime. So anything's in play. And usually you think Auburn beats a team they're not supposed to beat in Jordan Hare every year. Yep. Texas A&M would fit that mold if that game is actually in Jordan Hare.
It is actually in Jordan Hare.
Okay. Well, if they played at the Crampton Bowl, it's a different story. 22 after here. Quick break, and then we'll do Trash on the Table, part of our show today, being brought to you by the great folks at Gutter Cap. If you want to stay off that ladder forever, all you have to do, LT, is call our friend C. Stu to get the best gutter caps in the business.
Absolutely. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out that debris. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost a 20-year service record in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladders forever. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the deck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. 45% off the retail price. 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey everyone, it's John Lunsford with the Next Round, and high school football season is almost here. So get ready with Next Round Preps. Jerry Young and I will break down all the big matchups each week, and it all starts on August 18th. Listen wherever you get your podcast or at nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello folks, my name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. Always good when you come back. A headless shot, and then Brown pops up from underneath the table.
I was plugging my computer in. My computer was about to die.
Yeah, I understand. Back in the studio after a couple of days at the Floribama for Brownie and me. LT is down there right now, and he has broken the seal on the world-famous Bushwhacker. LT, what do you have today, man?
He ain't listening.
He's having a conversation.
Yeah. This is what he's
Not
having.
a care in the world.
Can you not? Is he muted?
I don't want to put him on because I don't know what the conversation is.
Very safe decision right there.
But I mean, how long? We'll keep talking so he can hear us in the headphones. But pot him up. Let's just see his reaction when he hears us talk. Not his audio, just the picture.
I got you.
Doesn't realize we're back from commercial break yet.
Nope.
He's going to tell us about precision sports in just a second, as he enjoys what is a world-famous bushwhacker. As you can tell, it's what is starting to be a sunny day down on the coast.
It does look nice.
After some rain early on and some wind. He's now going to look at the text I sent him 5 minutes ago to tell him to do precision sports. Yeah. He'll text back, okay. Yeah, precision sports, bringing you part of the show today, LT.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. How's the bushwhacker?
Yeah. Well, no, I got caught up in, so he was telling me a story. Steve's in here. And telling me a story about the guy I didn't know his name that's playing tomorrow night, Matt Stell.
Right.
Oh, yeah, Matt Stell.
He's got 2 number 1 hits, Pray For You and Everywhere But On. And he said this guy is a wild man. He said he was, before the show last year at the Mullet Toss, he was 5 bushwhackers in still during the day. Then he gets a dead mullet out of the cooler and pours Busch Light into it and is drinking his Busch Light out of a dead mullet.
Shut the screen door. No way.
That's a hard charger, isn't it, Lance?
Yeah, that's getting after it.
Yeah.
So you want me to tell you about precision?
No, real quickly, before you tell us about precision, would you rather drink the beer out of the mullet, or would you go Ozzy and bite the head off the mullet? Which would you prefer to do if you had to do one or the other?
Gosh. I guess I would drink the beer out of the mullet.
Oh, boy, I don't know. That's a bad choice to make right there.
Ugh, no, I couldn't do it. Like, I have to, when I'm doing the raw oysters, I have to pull the oyster out and put it on the cracker. I can't take all the slime
Can't slurp it?
Yeah, I can't take all the slime and the juice with it.
That is bad.
I mean, I almost threw up right when I said that. I would almost bite the head off the mullet instead of drinking out of the mullet.
Yeah. Well, if you can't slurp an oyster, you think you're going to bite a head off a mullet? I mean, either way.
That's true.
Instead of switch trash opens to just get a audio visual. Sure.
Yeah. All right. Tell us about precision sports.
Hey, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you. Make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Okay, a couple of injuries we've talked about today, but one in the NFL we did not. Jakeem Grant is such a great return guy for the Browns that they have given him a 3-year contract, basically just to be the return specialist. He tears an Achilles yesterday in camp, and he is done for the year. I don't know if you're paying attention, but this Browns season is running off the rails right now.
No, it really is. It starts obviously with Deshaun Watson and giving him $230 million and more than likely won't play this year. But Grant's a guy that Brown is very familiar with, watching his Dolphins, and I actually saw him in person take one back against the Rams. I mean, he's a guy that can flip the field.
Yeah, he can fly. He was the fastest guy on the Dolphins team at the time.
And Kareem Hunt wants out and wants to transfer.
No, it's a mess.
May not play. The Browns are imploding.
It is a mess. That Browns season is a mess before it even starts. That's so Browns. Yeah.
Ricky Pearsall injures his foot for the Gators, and we talked a lot about Sam Hartman's non-football related medical issue. That's a Precision Sports Injury Update. Every day at this time with LT at the Floribama and us in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. It is time for Trash Today with LT, always presented by Mortgage Right. Rockstar, hit the huge button.
Literally like the soft served it right out of the tit of the cow. The teat. Can you imagine the cow?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, mortgage rates have risen and market experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is the time to act. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in an interest rate while shopping for a home and before rates rise again. With a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance program, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can get you into the home of your dreams. Call Mortgage Right locally today, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get a new home before your chance is gone. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. So we start first. By the way, Dunaway, are you jealous, you see?
I am jealous. We watched you while you were waiting, hearing the end of Steve's story. We watched you tear into it.
We start first with meth is legal now. Did you guys know that?
I did not know this. No.
That is what Enzo Cardazzo, 31 years old, advised Florida cops who caught him glass pipe at his lips, attempting to light up early yesterday in St. Petersburg in an alleyway. Upon spotting police, Cardazzo began walking off, but not before declaring that, quote, meth is legal now. He did not offer any further details as to when lawmakers actually legalized it. As it turns out, however, meth is still a crime in the state of Florida. As such, Cardazzo was busted on a felony drug possession charge and a misdemeanor count of resisting arrest.
It almost worked until they asked me details.
I don't think there'll ever be a day where meth is legal. I don't think we're ever going to get to that point in society.
I don't think we should. I think some things should be legalized, but meth is not one of those.
You know, there's a book that, and I don't know how historically accurate this is, but this book, and I cannot remember the name of it, it was about
Navajo High, the use of marijuana in the Native American culture.
You know, it was not, Jim.
Okay.
It was about Hitler's army that apparently they would oh, look at Tyler shaking his head. He knows some history. They would meth those dudes up, man.
Oh, Hitler especially.
No, yeah, but the whole army, like all those guys were just whacked out of their brain on meth, and like the Blitzkriegs and stuff like that. Like that was pretty common for their army. They would just get them so freaking sideways they didn't know where they were.
Doesn't seem like a smart plan.
Well, it worked for a little bit.
Worked. At the end, it didn't work.
Yeah, at the end, it fell apart on them some.
I don't know if you can shoot straight being on meth, can you?
I don't know.
Hard to take orders that way, too.
This is weird. The New York Police Department is hunting for 5 suspects in a bizarre Manhattan frying pan attack. Now, apparently, these 5 suspects allegedly attacked a man with a frying pan in Manhattan. Police say that around 2 a.m. on July 21st, 34-year-old victim was arguing with someone. That is when police say a group of suspects came up. 2 of them began hitting the victim with what appeared to be cooking pans. Suspect managed to escape with $220 in cash, credit cards, and documents. The victim was taken to hospital in stable condition with injuries to his head and knee. Suspects all got away, still on the loose, and there was approximately $1,200 worth of charges made to the victims' credit cards after they were stolen.
So better chance he now has the nickname Cornbread for the shape of his head, or non-stick because they used a non-stick skillet.
Teflon.
What's up, non-stick?
Oh, that'd be a terrible nickname.
Cornbread's a good name. I like that.
Oh,
There is somebody's nicknamed Cornbread.
Cornbread Maxwell back in the day with the Celtics, right?
My first dog was probably a Dachshund mix, and we named him Cornbread because that's all he would eat. Like my mom made a pan of cornbread, and he devoured it, so we named him Cornbread.
Have you guys ever had cornbread in the black skillet?
Oh gosh, yes, I love it.
Amazing.
Hey, you know who used to do that, or still does? Top of the River over in Anniston and Gadsden. They brought it out to the table in the iron skillet, and buddy, that butter will melt right on top of it, and it had little pieces of corn in it.
Yeah. Oh, I don't like the little pieces of corn.
You don't?
No.
Do you like Mexican cornbread? It's got jalapenos.
No,
I don't know.
I love Mexican
I do too.
No,
Lance.
give me the OG of the cornbread, but I like mine a little dusty on the outside and the bottom, a little milly.
Yeah. Lance, do you like Mexican cornbread with chili? That's when it's really good.
Oh, yeah. Cornbread is one of the few things I put butter on.
Yeah, I do too. I like it. I like butter on cornbread. You put butter on waffles?
I don't. I just go syrup. Today I didn't have a choice when I was at Waffle House. They buttered the toast without asking me.
Oh,
yeah.
So I rolled with it.
What was your Waffle House order today?
I did it was some kind of special, but it came with 2 scrambled eggs, hash browns covered, bacon, and toast.
Okay.
And I ate every bit of it.
That's the All-American if you throw the waffle in there with it.
Oh, yeah. No, well, I guess it wasn't the all. Yeah, because I didn't get the waffle. I don't know how you would eat all that.
You call yourself Jimmy America, and you wake up and you do it.
Oh, I'm going to gain 15 pounds on this trip just based on these bushwhackers.
Yeah, like Dunaway.
Well, I got on the scale this morning thinking it was going to be 196 like I called yesterday, and it was only 194.8. So I feel like I gained I got a 1.2 pound to wiggle with here.
Wow. I cannot believe you know to the ounce how much
What
you
is
weigh.
what is the weight that's going to shock you? Is 200 going to be like the shocking day? Like
No,
No.
What was the highest you got when you were Jimmy Fat Boy?
I was, as you can hear in the Way to Wellness ads, I was 216. So I'm approaching that again.
That's thick.
Yeah. Thank you. Still good enough to
husky jeans.
Still good enough to get hit on at the Floribama.
These are elastic.
That man liked his men chunky.
That's right.
I like them big.
The skinniest I was as an adult was 163.5 at the Oregon Auburn game, national championship.
Speaking of big, so this woman last night, and I felt bad for her kids, but so the guy was singing in the Dome, and she came down right before he went on, and she bought his T-shirt off of him and paid him $200 on the spot.
The guy that was singing, she bought his T-shirt?
Yeah, and he had what I would call man boobs. He didn't care.
Yep.
He was walking around that stage, no care in the world, and then he finally put another T-shirt back on. But then she stands on the observation deck above him, and she's yelling down at him, "Play Jason Aldean, play Jason Aldean." And he finally stops in the middle of the performance, and he's like, because she keeps yelling, "I gave you $200 for your shirt." And he's like, "Yeah, you gave me $200 for my shirt. I gave you my shirt.
Yeah.
What else do you want? You want my underwear?
Yeah.
You know, if you give me enough, I'll pull my underwear off here." And she had her kids with her, and I could see the kids were just cringing.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, I was like, if you want Jason Aldean, it'll be $200 more.
That's right,
I'm so
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, I don't think he ever played it. A woman has been slammed. Tell me if this sounds familiar. After sending her friends and family a, quote, ridiculous list of acceptable and unacceptable gifts ahead of her dog's birthday.
Her dog's birthday. These are dog gifts that are acceptable and unacceptable?
Yep.
Okay.
Posting her expectations on social media, she wrote, "Just so everyone knows, Leaf's birthday is on Saturday and he is accepting gifts. No treats, no rope toys, no plastic toys. You can buy him stuffed animals, though, preferably not the ones with plastic eyes, or just send him money and I'll buy toys for him."
Oh, my gosh.
Now, while most users shamed her for being so, quote, entitled, others questioned whether she would actually spend the money on her dog or simply treat herself. One user said she made such an extreme list, so people will have to give her cash to make it easy, which she will then spend on herself.
I mean,
I don't think anybody would give her cash.
I've never heard, I've heard of you getting your own dog gifts, obviously, but I've never heard of somebody getting a dog a birthday gift. Lance, Lady Bird's a human.
Does Lady Bird have a birthday? Do we celebrate?
Yeah, but I mean, do other people? I know they celebrate the birthday of Rockstar, but do other people get Lady Bird gifts, or just you and the roommate?
No, it's just.
Yeah, I've never heard of this.
She has an Amazon wish list.
Do you wrap it for her? Her gift?
Yeah, she gets everything's wrapped.
Yeah.
When dogs like that, they like tearing in that paper and all that.
Angus, we've got it's not Angus's birthday, it's gotcha date, the date we got him, and we celebrate that day. He's 2.
Yeah, we celebrate the gotcha day I was actually in Miami with you guys because it was December 28th.
Jennifer knows Charlie's birthday. I don't know what his birthday is, but he's getting to be an old man.
Yeah. Gotcha. You have a gotcha day too. The time you got him back when he ran out of the house.
Luxury fashion brand Balenciaga. I don't think that's right, by the way, has released yet another pair of damaged-looking shoes, and they'll set buyers back $600.
Oh, wow.
Now, the dog-eared, and Rockstar, I don't know if you got a picture of this.
I don't know. I do, but I don't know how we're going to pull this off. So.
Oh, yeah. The dog-eared pairs high sneakers from the Spanish clothing giant look like Converse style, but they're missing any form of heel support. Now, they're available in black and off-white. Most sizes of the distressed rubber and canvas trainers are already sold out. Celebrities who endorse the brand, Kim Kardashian, Nicole Kidman, Dua Lipa, Hailey Bieber, and Kanye West. Now, according to the posh clothing seller Net-a-Porter, the heelless design creates the illusion that the back has been cut off.
It's supposed to be looking like a dog had been chewing it. It looks like a slip-on shoe, but the heel is missing, so it looks like a dog took a bite out of it. And
that's
$600,
right?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
$600, you said.
Well, it's cool though. Kim Kardashian, she didn't endorse anything.
That's right. For $200, she will. Yeah.
So, Rocky, yesterday when I was eating my fifth meal at the yacht club across the street for dinner, I was pre-reading trash, and I saw that you did the best science fiction films from Ranker.com, and so I tried to do it in my head. I got 7 of the 10. But here we go. Number 10 on the list is Terminator 2 from 1991. I absolutely love that movie.
It should be in front of Terminator original on this list.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Predator is number 9. I had both of those. I had forgotten that Jurassic Park is sci-fi. I guess I thought it was
more of a biopic.
It's not a documentary.
T-Rex, the true story.
That's number 8. Number 7, Star Wars. Knew it would be there. Number 6, should have known The Matrix would be there. Again, that's a movie that completely baffled me. Number 5, Blade Runner. I knew that would be on there. Number 4, Alien. Fantastic. Knew that would be on there. Number 3 is Terminator, the original from 84. Number 2 is Aliens. I think Alien is better than Aliens. And number 1 is The Empire Strikes Back.
So it's the original, the first Star Wars?
No.
No. The first Star Wars was earlier, and then Empire Strikes Back was on there too.
Yeah, The Empire Strikes Back I've only seen 3 of the original 3 films, the prequels, whatever you call them. But The Empire Strikes Back is the only one I really like.
That's the middle one, right? The second one, Empire Strikes Back?
It is, yeah.
I could see that. All right, that's Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, it seems like everywhere we turn these days, there's concern over rising costs or gas prices. Now, even talk of that recession. If you're a homeowner with outstanding credit card debt or other high interest payments, it's time to put your home equity to work for you. Don't walk into a recession with large payments on bad debt. Our friends at Mortgage Right can help you knock down stubborn debt and gain more financial freedom. How is this possible? Home values also on the rise. This means you can leverage your home's equity for a cash out refi to fund whatever needs funding, credit card debt, home repairs, college tuition, and more. Reach out to Mortgage Right and learn how you can save each and every month. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
Brian Harsin gives us an Auburn quarterback update in the next segment, and a lot more as we continue on the next round today from dual locations in Birmingham and the Floribama. This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go see Sterling and the crew right now and check them out online at champyschicken.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Back with you on The Next Round. Part of the fun we had this summer right there, that was Rockstar when we were at the Barons game, singing in the 7th inning stretch during the commercial timeout. If you were watching us on our YouTube channel, also on Facebook and Twitter and on Twitch today as we stream live for you. Remember to go to all those platforms, like and subscribe there. That helps us out a little bit. Can we, Forster, can we get a picture, a few of the pictures of the folks that swung by the Floribama yesterday? Yesterday was our biggest crowd. This is just some of the folks who swung by there, and we were just blown away by all of you guys swinging by there and watching the show and spending 15, 30 minutes, an hour, the whole show with us. And we just appreciate you guys so much. And we were really not this was a last-minute trip. We were not expecting anybody really to show up. And for you guys to take the time to swing by there, it just meant the world to us. And LT, I heard you talking that if we do it again, we would try to involve some listeners on a trip down there. If we had a chance to promote it in advance, maybe we get a little crowd to go with us down there.
Yeah, we can figure something out. We'll hopefully get with a realty group down here, maybe get some special pricing. I've been talking to Steve, and he has also suggested there's apparently a really cool water park around here. I think it's called a Woo or something. Same people that own the casino in Atmore, but it's an indoor. They've got restaurant, bars. They've got water slides. So we could get tickets to that. There's a lot of things we could put together, but we're going to make it bigger and better next time.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to that again. Always looking forward to trivia. LT is not there tonight, but Rockstar and Brownie will be there this evening. It's always out at Odie's.
Rockstar, it's Wednesday. What does that mean?
T to the R to the I to the V to the I to the A trivia.
That's right. I'll be
Odie's team trivia.
Hitting. Yeah.
Every single Wednesday night. Yeah, Brownie will be there. Y'all get there a little early. Enjoy some of that Rodney Davis food. He's been cooking it up for 3 decades. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Get ice-cold beer buckets, the Bud Light, sit out on the patio, enjoy the summer weather. It's all going on at Odie's Tavern, a Birmingham institution.
All right. Brian Harson gave an update on the quarterback battle yesterday after Auburn's practice. Pads are on. Practice is starting to roll. And here's what the coach says about the battle between Calzada and Finley.
All those guys, I think, have done a really good job of applying what Coach Keesaw has asked them to do. Now we got more time. That's the thing. It's not a finished product right now. And that's for everybody. We all want to know, and myself included, but coaching that position, doing this for a few years now, that we have time to keep building through some things, and you just got to stick with one thing for a while until they get it, and then move on to the next, because you don't want to throw 5 or 6 things at a quarterback because they're not really mastering anything, and you got to master something. You got to figure out what that is, and you got to master it, and then you got to move on to the next thing.
I'm like, we've said this a million times. It feels like already. I am going to be borderline stunned if TJ Finley rolls out week 1 and is the starter for Auburn. And we've seen guys, Lance, go from not very good quarterbacks to good quarterbacks year to year. But, boy, we have seen a lot of TJ Finley be a not very good quarterback. It's going to be hard to see him go to a really productive quarterback.
Well, and you're talking about a kid now that's going to have 3 different offensive coordinators in 3 years.
Yeah.
And there was no consistency at all. Because, again, we've seen Calzada at his best. Calzada can be really good. If he can string that together, I think he can be a really good quarterback. I think TJ Finley, if he's your starting quarterback, I think the ceiling is 7 wins.
Not the biggest quarterback battle going on right now in camp. I'm just going to read you a couple of them that could impact the playoff race. Tell me who wins them. At Clemson, Uyunglele or Klubnik? Who wins it?
Yeah, I go DJ.
DJ there. I would go with that too. Texas A&M, a playoff contender. Max Johnson, Haynes King.
And is Weigman out of it?
No, I'm just
throwing those two out.
Or Weigman, if you want to go him.
I'm still going to go Max Johnson, though.
I think ultimately all 3 start a game, which is not going to be good for you.
That is bad, yeah.
Yeah. I think Haynes King's going to get the start.
Notre Dame's number 5 in the country. Is it Buckner or is it Pine?
Most people are saying Buckner. I thought Pine looked decent at times. I'm going to go Pine just because of experience.
Yeah, I think I'll go Pine as well, Drew Pine.
Michigan's a contender. McNamara or McCarthy?
I'll go McNamara.
Yeah, I think I'll go McNamara.
Yeah, LSU's not a contender, but they have a battle. Nussmeier, Brennan, or Daniels?
Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels.
Boy, Miles Brennan sticks out for me. Just from people I talked to down there, they have not been blown away with Jaden Daniels so far.
Really?
Yeah. That one surprised me if it's not Jaden Daniels, and it surprised me at Ole Miss if it's not Jackson Dart. Those two have really, really surprised me in the SEC battles. Finley still is not going to surprise me if it's TJ Finley over Calzada, because everything we heard about Calzada was, except for the Alabama game, he was not good. In fact, I talked to a person who said they were talking to the Texas A&M coaches or some support personnel before the Alabama game this year and was talking about how Alabama was going to beat them because the quarterback has been so erratic. And, of course, he goes out there and has the game of his life.
Yep.
All right, we got a big last hour of the show. It includes LT's 4 downs and Bryant Vincent, head coach of UAB. He'll join us. All that coming up in the final hour. Brought to you in part by our friends at Redmond Vodka and Redmond Distilling, the official vodka of the next round.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka, made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, and now available in 20 states. If you're at a bar or restaurant, you ask for Redmont Vodka by name, they don't have it, tell them to get it.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Summer is here, and with that comes some great occasions that may require flowers or a great gift. For that, the answer is Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's provides speedy, same-day delivery. Check them out online at blakeleysbouquets.com, or you can order over the phone at 205-579-4900. Blakely's is right there in Homewood, just off Oxmoor Road. Friendly folks and the most unique and custom designs. See it all online at blakeleysbouquets.com. Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Have you ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega? Well, now is your chance. Join us Saturday, August 13th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own car and take 2 laps around Talladega Superspeedway. If you don't want to take the drive, you can still come experience the Talladega Garage Experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the Kids Zone or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy. All proceeds benefit a league of our own in Oxford. That's Saturday, August 13th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Talladega Superspeedway.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
In the commercial break, you heard there about an opportunity at the Talladega Superspeedway coming up this Saturday to take laps around the track and get your picture taken with the big Vulcan Trophy in the winner's circle there. What a great opportunity at the Talladega Superspeedway.
I've done it numerous times in various cars, just normal street legal like a Mustang or Camaro or something like that, and then in an actual stock car. And it completely changes your perspective of that track if you actually do the laps.
Yeah.
It
So-
looks like one thing, but when you're out on it, it completely changes.
Mind-boggling.
Yeah.
I've done street legal and I've done in a car with Dale Jarrett in a race car, and either one of them's just to ride around at 70 miles an hour.
It's wild.
Is worth the
Yeah.
experience, and you're helping out a great cause at the Talladega Superspeedway this weekend. Check the website for details there, and we'll continue to promote that leading into Saturday. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Lance Taylor's down at the Floribama, Rockstar Forrester, Lunsford behind the glass, Tyler the intern, Taylor's handling social media out in our main lobby out here. This hour of the show being brought to you in part by our buddy Greg from Pell City in Storm Restoration Roofing. If you're looking for a family man who wants to help your family save money, look no further than Greg Nelson and the folks at Pell City, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. He is offering you a free no-cost inspection. Absolutely free, nothing out of pocket, no obligation. If you call him up, 205-542-3531, 542-3531 for that free no-cost roof inspection. Keep that number on standby, too. When you have storm damage, you want to have a guy you can trust who's local to repair that storm damage. Or if it's just time for a new roof, nobody will do it better than Greg Nelson in Storm Restoration Roofing. And if you've got a metal roof, they'll pressure wash that for you. They do just about anything up on that rooftop right there, including sealing to keep the water out around chimneys and such like that. 205-542-3531. Great warranties, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and it's family owned. Look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, or call him up, 205-542-3531. Sam Hartman, out indefinitely. I've said this story a couple times. Can you put it into perspective for folks, Brownie, just how big this is for Wake Forest?
Yeah, I mean, Lance loves some Sam Hartman. It is a non-football related health issue. According to Dave Clawson, the Wake Forest coach, he had a medical procedure done last night. We don't know the extent of that, but the good news is Clawson said there is a path for him getting back on the football field this season. Don't know a timetable, but whatever this is not season ending, and that's the best news about it.
Yeah, that is good news, but at the same time, really sad because Sam Hartman, not only a fantastic quarterback, this is a dark horse Heisman finalist. I mean, a guy that had 50 touchdowns last year. And to me, this is not a hyperbole. He is the second. If he was in the SEC, he would start for 13 of the 14 teams.
Do you think he's the best quarterback in the ACC, right? Better than Van Dyke?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Van Dyke is two. I think Sam Hartman is one. I think Sam Hartman is the most underrated quarterback in college football. Had Wake, winning 10 or 11 games last year, had him in an ACC championship game. And again, I don't know who he wouldn't start for outside of Alabama.
Wow, that's a big compliment there for him. Larry Fitzgerald speaking to the Alabama team yesterday. Camp's continuing all over the place. We'll talk to UAB coach Bryant Vincent coming up at 12:35. Braves win last night at Fenway, back at Fenway against the Red Sox tonight. 6-10 on Bally's to watch that. Ohtani was great last night. Joined Babe Ruth as the only other major league player to hit 10 wins and 10 home runs in the same season, which is remarkable. He's got 25 home runs now after pitching 6 scoreless innings last night in the win over Oakland. Manny Machado had a walk-off win for the Padres over the Giants. And then I know you guys saw this, but it's just mind-boggling to me, but it's how comfortable we are with our phones now. Pittsburgh rookie Rodolph Castro slides into third base, and his smartphone, his cell phone, slides out of his back pocket onto the ground. Now, he did not realize that it was still in his pocket. He had played up to that point in the game with it in his back pocket, didn't know he had not taken it out before the game had started, because we all walk around with that thing in our pockets all the time. And it had become so comfortable in his back pocket. He actually played and didn't know it was back there until he slides into third base, he says. He was embarrassed by it. Says, listen, I didn't know it was back there. I would never play a game with the smartphone on me. I'm not that connected to it. But it was an embarrassing moment. He got up on third base, and the umpire had to point down to the dirt and say, hey, your phone came out.
Wow.
And he looked at it, and he's like, oh, my God, and he handed it to the coach.
Yeah, the coach was just baffled and disgusted. It reminded me, you guys remember when Jameis Winston dressed out against Clemson?
Oh,
and Jimbo saw him?
Jimbo saw him for the first time during warm-ups, and he was like,
yeah, and just that look of, my God, what are you doing here? That's exactly what the third base coach for Pittsburgh did last night.
Yeah, I know I'm alone in this, or I guess I am. I keep my wallet in my front pocket, my cell phone in my back pocket. And no matter, like, if I'm leaving the house or a restaurant or anything, I tap both pockets to see if I've got them.
I go keys in right pocket, wallet back right, and phone back left, and I do a three-point tap.
I always tap just to make sure I got it, yeah.
I do all three in the front.
Oh, interesting.
Wow.
Yeah. Lance likes that. You don't want any junk in the trunk, huh?
I just the thing is, the wallet, I don't trust anyone, so you got to keep it up front.
That's where I keep mine. Yep.
And the cell phone, I don't know why I don't put it in the back pocket. That probably makes more sense.
Yeah, I would say I have no ass, so I'm trying to cover up some saggy pants in the back by putting stuff in my back pocket.
Yeah.
I usually have a candy bar back there, or a dog whistle, a flute. I got everything in my back pocket. All right, let's get to our four downs today. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, 4 great locations. Soon to be that 5th location. Get your car in, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. Again, 4 locations, soon to be a 5th, and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, boys, a little Oregon theme for you. More total touchdowns this year, Bo Nix or Stetson Bennett?
I'm going to go. Stetson Bennett's going to start the whole year, barring injury. I don't know, if Bo Nix is struggling a little bit, if Dillingham and Lanning go a different route. So I'm going to play the guy that's starting the whole year and go Stetson Bennett.
Ironically, you think Stetson's they won a national championship last year, and there was a debate weekly on whether or not he would start.
But number one, who are they going to lose to? And if you don't lose a game, what is Kirby, what's going to have to happen for him to go away from Stetson Bennett?
Well, what if you lose to Oregon?
Well, if you lose to Oregon, then Bo Nix probably starts the whole year, and Stetson Bennett is up in the air right away. I don't think they will.
I just think there's better talent behind Stetson Bennett than there is behind Bo Nix. That being said, I'm going to go Stetson Bennett here.
I would agree with you, Dunaway. I think Stetson Bennett's going to play really loose this year. He's already won a national championship. He's cemented his legacy. And I think Georgia's going to blow a lot of teams out. So, he might not play in the fourth quarter of some of these games, but he's going to put up some numbers.
I'll just use an example that Kirby, unfortunately for Kirby, remembers very, very well. You saw how long it had to go and how bad it had to get for Nick Saban to go away from Jalen Hurts. He stuck with Jalen Hurts to his detriment far longer than he should have.
Because they kept winning games, even though for about midseason on, everybody who went to practice was telling us privately Tua is outperforming him in practice.
That's right. Yep. Tua looked better in practice. The receivers wanted Tua. They liked Jalen, but they wanted Tua out there throwing the football. And Hurts was getting progressively worse, but Nick Saban stuck with him because they kept winning games until the Iron Bowl. And it was after that he probably should have, he maybe should have gone to Tua to start the national championship game. It's just hard to make that call, too.
Second down.
More wins this year, the Oregon Ducks or the Broncos?
I'm not sold on this Russell Wilson change. I think last year was not as much a Seattle Seahawk roster problem as it is that Russell Wilson has crossed the equator of being a top-tier quarterback in the NFL to an average quarterback now. I am going to say It's very close because of the extra games. Both probably settle at 9 for me, but I'm gonna take a flyer and say Oregon with 10.
I just got this weird feeling, Lance, that Denver's going to be really, really good this year with Russell Wilson. Like, I think 11 wins may be even good, 11-6. So I'll go 11-6 for them. That's more than Oregon gets.
See, I think it's the other side. I think it's 8-9 Denver maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, the Chiefs, Brown, the Raiders, who you were talking like a playoff team after the exhibition game last week, and the Chargers, who Herbert continues, spelled the same, pronounced differently. Herbert, who LT keeps raving about. I mean, that's 6 games right there where the Broncos, I think, are underdogs.
It's a really good division. I don't know if they're underdogs in those 6, but.
Well, I think it's 9-3, 9-8. But I would lean Oregon because I feel like worst case bottom falls out there 8 wins, and it could go sideways on Denver quickly.
Third down.
So if you're scoring at home, just because this rarely happens, LT and I agree, and
right,
you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure people are scoring at home.
Yes.
Put one up for Jim.
Back to the college football playoff first. Michigan or Oregon?
Probably would. I'm about to contradict myself because I said something about Oregon the other day. I've got a weird feeling Dan Lanning's going to be a successful coach. He's an unknown, complete unknown right now as a head coach, obviously. But I've got a feeling he's maybe even going to have more success than Mario Cristobal did.
Okay, I don't know what job opens up in the SEC, but Dan Lanning sees the writing on the wall of where Oregon stands in the pecking order of college football right now. And unless they get a lifeline pretty soon, if Dan Lanning gets 10 wins this year and gets an offer to replace Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss or anywhere else in the SEC, he will come back to the South so quick.
Oh, I agree completely.
And that opens the door. I mean, you rarely can you go somewhere and leave after one season, but you can do it at Oregon right now, and you can just say, look at the realignment. I don't know what the future is for Oregon. I'm going to go to a job where I know what the future is going to be.
I think Dan Lanning could have a big SEC job one day. I really, really
do too.
And this is sight unseen. I don't even know what the guy's going to be like as a head coach, Lance. I'm just guessing. I think he's got to go. I think he'll be a good coach.
He could, but be careful. Willie Taggart had that Oregon job one year, went to Florida State, and it fell apart.
Yeah, it did.
You're right.
You got to be smarter on which one you choose, and you got to be a pretty good coach.
Fourth down.
Kylie Jenner, 25 years old today. Ja Morant, 23. Ultimately, I can't believe I'm asking this, better career.
Ultimately, it's going to be Morant. What has Kylie done? Is she the one that's got all the money from makeup?
She is a makeup queen.
She's a billionaire.
Yeah. Okay, well, then let me dial that right back then.
That's why I bring that up. I mean, she is an internet sensation, reality star, whatever.
But her makeup line is, I mean, she is a legitimate businesswoman.
Yeah, I mean, I at least credit her for some sort of effort to make that money, unlike the way her sister came on the scene. I will go Kylie Jenner in this one.
I'm going to go Kylie Jenner as well. Ja Morant will be very special, but eventually you got to win championships, and I don't know if he'll be able to do that.
So, but she is the only one that Bruce Jenner is the father of, is that right?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, all the rest of them are named Kardashian, right?
Yeah, so I guess so. Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, so she's half sisters with him then.
A couple of others, LT, on the birthdays today.
Dunaway did not like your birthday selection.
No, I did, and those were the two biggest ones by far.
Give me some other ones.
Angie Harmon, who I really like, she was my favorite assistant DA on Law and Order.
She was really good. Good scratchy voice, though. I like a scratchy voice.
Love that. She's 50 today. Antonio Banderas is 62. Better career, Antonio Banderas or Angie Harmon?
I'd go Angie Harmon.
No, Antonio Banderas, not even close.
Yeah, he was in Desperado.
Young Guns?
He was Puss in Boots.
Yeah, he's Puss in Boots.
That's right. I forgot Puss in Boots, yeah.
John Starks is 58. Gino Toretta is 53. Different sports, better career.
John Starks.
Toretta
won a Heisman, though.
Well, yeah, but John Starks had one of the best dunks in NBA playoff history.
Dalvin Cook's 28 today, too. Really good player.
He is a great player.
Yeah. I didn't go great, I went good. But pretty good birthdays today. That's a pretty good team right there.
Not bad.
I mean, just basketball-wise, you throw out Andre Drummond's birthday today. Ja Morant, Andre Drummond. Little Dalvin Cook, John Starks, some good athletes.
I'm told by one of our coworkers, and it surprises me this coworker knew this. Kendall and Kylie are Bruce's kids too, so Bruce got a bunch of them. I did not realize that.
Way to go, Forrester. See the one that surprised you?
It is not Forrester. Another surprising.
That would have been surprising too.
Was it Reed?
Davis?
I'm not. That would be surprising. Yeah,
that would be shocking.
Yeah. David with an interesting tweet last night. I don't know if you noticed.
I did.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was the 4 Downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires. You already done that?
4 great locations, soon to be that 5th location. Again, anything you need, bumper to bumper, they can handle, locally owned and operated. Great guys. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right. We will get to another conversation with Lance on the other side, but I'll give you time to think about this in commercial break, Lance and Brownie. Hard Knocks started last night with the Lions. Give me 3 college football programs anywhere in the country that you think would be a fascinating Hard Knocks this year. Hard Knocks style show.
I got a good one for you.
3 of them on the other side from you. The show also being brought to you in part today by our friends at Bromberg's. It's time to get that diamond right. Whether you're down at the coast with LT or somewhere else in the great state of Alabama, Bromberg's can hook you up.
Yeah, if you've been thinking about popping the question, you need to go see our friends at Bromberg's. They are your diamond specialist. Again, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello, folks. My name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Before we talk a little bit more college football, one baseball note. LT, I know you'll appreciate this like Brownie and I do. Nothing better than giving the old middle finger to your bosses, right? If you have success. Mike Bianco, who was going to get fired by Keith Carter, the AD over there at Ole Miss. Really no relationship, no support or anything going on during the season from Keith Carter and Mike Bianco. And all Bianco does is saves his job by winning the freaking national championship. Ole Miss has just released that they have signed Mike Bianco to a 4-year contract extension, forcing Keith Carter to send out this quote: "We are blessed to have Mike Bianco as our head coach, and we intend for him to lead our baseball team for many, many years to come." Yeah, that's a little. Little take that with eat a little crow on that national championship celebration.
I asked someone back when this was all unfolding, "Hey, is Bianco out?" And the quote was, "Oh, that's all over, except for passing the offering plate and saying the closing prayer." I mean, it is done.
And I'm not misrepresenting the relationship between those two. Were chilly.
Yeah, I don't think you're misrepresenting that.
Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Michelson. We're about to look ahead a little college football camp for the rest of the way. Tell us about Michelson.
Yeah, make that phone call today, 969-8100. You got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. If you've been procrastinating, you wear the eyeglasses, the contacts, you're wasting money each and every year, at least make the call, 969-8100, Michelson Laser Vision. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They'll get you in, hassle-free consultation. Brown's getting his on Monday. Call today, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to perform the procedure back in 1995. Call 969-8100 or visit michelsonlaservision.com.
Chris, who enjoys watching the show, says, of course, LT puts everything in his front pockets. It's impossible to put things in your back pocket when you're wearing skinny jeans.
Oh, that's a good point. Yep.
Yeah. I do not have, I'll take a picture. I do not have skinny jeans on today.
Yeah, I would imagine today you have some of your runners on.
Runners?
Your joggers?
I don't. My joggers, you mean?
Yeah.
Your runners?
No, I've got a pair of denim on, but they're not skinny jeans.
Yeah, okay. Hard Knocks last night. None of us watched it. Not even Rockstar, who is a Lions fan.
Yeah, that's good.
But if we were doing a Hard Knocks-like show in a college football camp, I want 3 of them from you guys. I'll start with you, Brown, and then go to Lance. Give me one of yours first.
Lance, number 1 for me would be the Texas Longhorns. You have an assistant coach whose wife has an emotional support monkey. That alone, I think it's storyline enough for me to enjoy Hard Knocks. I want to see Jeff Banks' wife's emotional support monkey. She also has an interesting profession. That could, make for an interesting storyline.
Yeah, that's a good call. I thought about Texas, and I didn't even think about Jeff Banks and the monkey situation. That would put it over the top. So that would put it in my top 3, but I'll let you have that one.
Thank you.
But that would be fascinating, and I would also like to see what they're doing collective-wise, if they really let you behind the scenes.
Ooh, yeah. If you could really get behind the scenes. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Give me one of yours.
I'll start first with USC.
Mm-hmm.
I think USC, what Lincoln Riley is doing, changing the culture 1,000% and trying to rebuild that brand and get them back to national prominence, and how he's doing it with NIL. So I think USC would be interesting. Behind the scenes in California, are they going to involve celebrities? Is it going to be more Pete Carroll-like, which actually worked for the Trojans back in the day?
Yeah, and on that same theme, I went Miami. Same new energized coaching staff, recruiting's big, collective's big, plus the backdrop of palm trees and, being out by pools and on South Beach. I think that could be a fun Hard Knocks. Give me another one, Brownie.
I am going to surprise some people and say the Auburn Tigers. Here's why. If you really got full-on Hard Knocks behind the scenes, watching a coaching staff that almost got fired knowing, hey, guys, we got to be 8-4 or better. If you really got true behind the scenes on that, that could be fascinating to hear some of the conversations, just kind of see some reactions to things.
What about you, LT? Give me another.
I'm going to go Tigers in the SEC, but not Auburn. I'm going to go LSU, Brian Kelly, year one. Got a quarterback battle going on there. Brian Kelly, the transition from Notre Dame to LSU, it just seems such a weird fit. I think we all agree this guy's an elite coach, but I would love to see how he's going to try to put this thing together.
My second one was the Houston Cougars. Expectations are high, program's growing. Dana Holgorsen seems like he could be a fun guy to be mic'd up in that program. I'd go Dana Holgorsen in Houston would be a fun Hard Knocks.
And my last one, I don't know if I would want Mike Leach mic'd up Hard Knocks or Lane Kiffin's staff mic'd up Hard Knocks. I think I'm going to go Mike Leach on that one. I think Leach probably would play it up for the camera some too. And part of the problem with Mike is he can get a little long-winded. This is going to be edited, so you're going to get the best portions of Mike Leach. So I'm going to go Mississippi State.
Yeah, that's not a bad call. My final is going to be A&M, though, with, so much pressure being on Jimbo Fisher, how he reacts, how he interacts with his team, another good quarterback battle.
And my last one will be BYU and Kalani Sitake. I think he seems like an energized, fun guy. BYU has a lot of storylines, in their personal lives, how they approach a very veteran team. A lot of them are married. That would be a fun Hard Knock situation. And then the fact that they're supposed to be really, really good this year with a backdrop of the mountains there, another good location for a college Hard Knocks for me would be BYU.
Forrester from the back row says Cal. I mean, there's a chance Cal has to cancel athletics if they can't get in the Big 12 or Pac-12 or Big 12 or whatever, ends up the combo.
So you have a lot of people taking peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in brown bags to eat at the training table?
They're old Zillow?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you doing, Coach? You looking at a game film? No, I got this 4-3 in Stillwater, Oklahoma on Zillow. I'm looking at
what would be frustrating about that is, what do you think tuition to Cal Berkeley is? It's probably insane.
There's no telling.
We've all been around companies when they were trying to sell the company or save a penny or two. There'd be people walking around. Who printed 40 playbooks?
That's right.
We said we were going to share the playbooks. We can't afford that much paper.
And of course, you printed it in color. We don't have to print the internet, guys. We can save money.
Don't let that jersey rip. That jersey rips. You're wearing it ripped.
Who didn't turn off the lights in the meeting room? Why are we playing all-day games? We can't afford the light bill. We're not going to play any night games at all. That would be a fun Hard Knocks. All right, so LT goes USC, LSU, and A&M. Brownie goes Texas, Auburn, and Mississippi State. I go Miami, Houston, and BYU. All fun hard knocks, maybe more fun than the Lions are going to be. LT, that's it with you today. You're going to get out the final half hour. We're about to talk to Bryant Vincent, head coach. Before you leave, though, tell us about the great folks at Mortgage Right, and then tell us what the rest of your day looks like.
Inflation is out in full force more than ever. Rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR to live rent-free today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. So I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to have one more drink here, because I'm going to make sure, because I think some people were coming back to see us today, and obviously I got relocated, and I'll be in a different location tomorrow. I've already talked to Steve about that. So I'm going to go, make a pass through, have one more drink, go to the condo, take a nap, get a workout in, and then
figure out tonight.
Okay. All right. Is tonight going to include like videos, man on the street?
Yes.
Okay.
I've already I called Taylor in break. I sent her 3 videos last night. There are pieces of 2 videos that will work well. One guy was, I guess he just didn't have enough to drink, but I've got to find the right people to make these videos good.
Okay.
Oh, the T-shirt mother would have been gold. The T-shirt mother. Asking $200 for the T-shirt.
Phenomenal.
I will tell you, I recommend the yacht club across the street. Pretty good lunch location if you want to grab a lunch there. I don't know if you've tried it yet.
I got a call from our friend Paul, and he's like, "You got to branch out. As much as I love you supporting it, he's like, you got to eat somewhere else."
Do you know the key to the yacht club? I mean, the yacht club's excellent food, great atmosphere.
You know what it is.
The biggest key for Lance: you don't have to crank a car.
You do not have to crank a car.
I haven't cranked my car. I have to jump it off.
You know, I left my parking pass and my key fob for our condo next to Lance's car keys, and I thought, oh, he won't see this till he checks out.
I actually wore shorts last night, and there's no back pockets on these shorts.
Yeah.
And so keeping the key in the front of that fob, I actually had to hide a second fob just in case I lost my one fob. And, I hit it on the car over there.
Yeah. You didn't hide my fob that I gave you, though, right?
No. I got all fobs are back up in the place.
Good. Okay. I didn't want to
take 2 out for safety because I don't want to get locked out of that joint because I don't want to sleep on the beach. I've only done that one time in my life.
A story for another time. We talk UAB football with Bryant Vincent next, right here on the Next Round.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, "I think you're on the beach," or the classic, "You gotta hit it, Alice." One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The last time we saw UAB on the field in a game, they beat BYU. And if you're paying attention to college football, that BYU team they beat has everybody back and is a national championship playoff contender. That's how good UAB ended the season. We're about to talk to Bryant Vincent, a head coach of UAB for this upcoming season. And it's brought to you by our friends at Legacy Credit Union. No matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. Coach, first week of camp last week, I saw you out on the practice field. You had an optic green T-shirt on. Planes flying into Birmingham could see that T-shirt. You like that bright green color on you?
We do, man. I really like it. Our players like it. We got them, actually, our whole team, the same shirt. So it's, we love the green, man. We love the green, and it's been a great fall camp. Been a great first week.
Yeah, I know I'm going to go back a few days on this, but I believe your first padded practice was Saturday. It was over the weekend. I believe it was on Saturday. What do you learn that first time you're in pads? I'm assuming the physical nature of it gets cranked up, the yelling's there. I mean, what do you learn that first time you see your team in pads versus just shorts and helmets?
Well, shorts and helmets just a little bit easier to move around because you don't have your total, obviously the full uniform on. But it's just when you get the entire uniform on with pants, it's not that big of a difference, but it is. And you play the game in full pads. So it's something that Saturday we were able to kind of see where we were at. We put them outside. We were able to get after it. We got inside too, underneath the pavilion. Felt like we took a lot of great steps. Our team is playing extremely hard. We're practicing hard. We're practicing fast. We're taking care of each other. We're just sharpening each other daily. And that's something we talk about, the offense has got to sharpen the defense. The defense has got to sharpen the offense. And then we've all got to come together and put it together in special teams.
You guys have done such a great job of recruiting over the last few years that it seems like every position group is deep. Is there any position group that is deeper than your running back room right now?
I really don't know. I would think that I feel really good about the depth on our offensive line. I think we've got great depth at receiver also. We have depth at the tight end position, but we just don't have the experience. But, we feel great about our running backs and guys continue. Obviously, Dwayne McBride, Debo, has had a great fall camp. This is the most – let's not talk about his long runs, his pass protection. It's just his mental focus and his mentality has grown. And to give you an example of that, last year he fumbled twice against Jack State in that opening game, and it just consumed him. It owned him instead of him owning the situation. And then he fumbled the other day in practice, which doesn't happen often, but he did. And he jumped right up. He said, "Coach, I'm good. Let me go again. I'm ready." And he's just his mental growth and his really just development as a person and as a man has been great to see.
I'm interested when you bring in transfers, and that happens a lot in college football. Every coach deals with this. A guy like A.J. Gates, is it veterans like Debo that are helping them get used to UAB? Do they bring something to the table? How is blending in new players for you as a coach?
I think it's all about the right fit. Number one, our culture. When we bring a player in, a transfer player or incoming true freshman, the culture here at UAB is about family, and it's about the team. It's about Birmingham. It's different. It really is, and it's a unique, different culture that we're all in it for each other. We play for this city, we play for this university, and we play for each other. But Debo and Skull, Jermaine Brown are they're the two leaders of the running back room, and they just do a phenomenal job of coaching guys, of taking them under their wing, showing them the way, the standards, and the expectations. And you really couldn't ask for two guys better than Dwayne McBride and Jermaine Brown to mentor, their teammates.
Coach Bryant Vincent is with us, the UAB interim head coach. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline presented by Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. At linebacker, you've got a number of transfers. I mean, there's three guys that transferred in. You got a Georgia Southern guy, an Alabama guy, and then Coffeyville Community College. To kind of expand on what you and Jim were just talking about there, Coach, how do those guys blend together? They've never played together before. They come right in, and they're probably going to be expected to play right away. I mean, you have to do that as a freshman, obviously, but upperclassmen or guys that have some experience, how difficult is it to get them to kind of blend together and learn what each other are thinking as quickly as you can?
Well, to me, it's not easy. Those guys come in, Renard Ellis, who is from Birmingham and came in from Georgia Southern, he just comes in, he just puts his head down and he works. And you've got a Noah Wilder, who is a veteran here, who is a walk-on from really, Bessemer Academy. It's just the leadership that has been cultivated and grown, and the mentorship. It's not, we talk about X's and O's, obviously, and we have our film meetings that we study our schemes and we go over, but every night in our team meetings, we talk about the team and being teammates and being men, and how we do things, off the field. Becoming a great man is the only way to become a great player, and just loving each other and getting to understand each other. It's very unique. It's something we take a lot of pride in. I feel like we have a very close team. We have a very close culture. They help each other. They coach each other. They love each other, and they just look out for each other. But, getting to linebacker position, we brought in three guys that are impact guys, from Renard Ellis to Jackson Bratton from Alabama that played at Muscle Shoals to Reese Collier from Coffeyville Community College. They're all three fast, physical, get after it, bring your hard hat every day to work guys that just fit right in our culture, and they're going to play a big role on this team this fall.
Yeah, and Wilder and Taylor already at linebacker. That's another one of those deep positions I was talking about. I know scrimmages, you'll get ready for that opener with some big scrimmages coming up. I hope everybody stays healthy. But I want to ask you, as you move to week 2 of camp, has it been everything you thought it was going to be leading a program? I mean, this is a dream come true for you. Has it been everything you thought it was going to be?
It's been everything and then some. I wake up every day just excited. The opportunity to lead these men, to lead this team, to mentor these men is, God's got a purpose for everybody. It's all for me to be sitting here right now today as the head coach at UAB is part of God's plan. And one of the things that he gave me was just the ability to lead and the ability to build these relationships. And I'm excited every day to be able to take another step with this team, to help build this team, to take that next step, because this team's not built yet. We still got days that we can build upon and grow and come closer together and just get better at our craft, get better at our technique, and just really, it is a dream come true, and it's something I'm excited about, and it's something that we attack every single day.
All right, he is Coach Bryant Vincent, interim head coach UAB, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He'll join us every Wednesday at this time, courtesy of Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. Thank you so much, Coach. Have a great week. We'll see you next Wednesday.
Absolutely. Look forward to it. Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate you guys.
You bet it, Coach. Take care. Coach with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And brought to you by Legacy Credit Union every Wednesday. Legacy is who you can depend on. They've been proving it to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955. It's a name you trust. to help you build your legacy. It's Legacy Credit Union, a proud sponsor of UAB athletics.
That roster is you find transfers everywhere, and they're coming. Like you mentioned, one of them's Alabama, one of them's Georgia Southern. It's good schools they're coming from. Obviously,
listen, nobody sends out better notes on a daily basis than Ted Feely does. He just lays it out there very simple for someone like me to understand. And every time he sends me a release from practice, it's about depth. He names the 3 transfers at linebacker joining already a deep group, and he calls it the strongest linebacking core maybe UAB's ever had.
That's a big statement.
Yeah, and the running backs, you know who they have, and you add another transfer guy into 2 guys who are proven stud. They don't, your quarterback's 3 deep at quarterback. You bring in 1 transfer from Baylor who's battling for playing time. That team is so deep, and I think because of the coaching change, a little bit of pressure is off of them. And a lot more pressure on UTSA. Could be a very special year for UAB.
Maybe so. Mark says in the chat room he's easy to root for this year. I do think Coach Vincent's an easy guy to root for. He is a guy that has climbed the ladder in coaching. This was unforeseen to be the head coach this year. You see guys like that get a chance like you just asked him out of the blue. And he says, hey, that's part of God's plan. You just hope you're able to somehow take advantage of it and force it to be – listen, nobody would want this to be a difficult decision more than Mark Ingram, the UAB AD, because that means you've had a really successful year. And if Coach Clark isn't, in fact, coming back, as some think he is, if he doesn't come back, if you're Bryant Vincent, the best thing you do is make it as tough a decision on them to tell you no as possible.
Okay, let's make a rule, though, the rest of the year, because he's joining us every Wednesday. Let's don't use the word interim again.
Well, I think that's his official title. It's up to him. If he doesn't want us to, we won't. I don't know if he's like, hey.
My idea was calling Coach Bryant.
What's the rock star say?
Coach Bryant.
I ain't never been nothing but a winner.
Coach Bryant, Vincent. But I think we're not official. We can just call him Coach.
That's fine.
Yeah, we don't have to call him interim coach.
No. All right.
He knows he's the interim. It's on his paycheck probably. It's on his door probably. We don't have to call him the interim coach. He's the head coach. Head coach Bryant Vincent.
Coach Bryant. What if we just didn't ask him right? So we started calling him Coach Bryant?
The Coach Bryant. Next.
Coach Bryant, why don't you go ahead and open up those chips right there? I'll pop a nice little soda, and we'll kick back here and enjoy a nice Pepsi.
We got them right where we want them. What did he say, Rockstar, in the old one? I forget.
11 minutes. 11 minutes. This going to do their job. It's going to do their job.
We got them right where we want them. Yeah. What was Pat Dye wrestling with?
Angels.
Them Angels.
Sure, I want to go 10, 11 and 0.
I miss it, Rocky. I miss it. If we found a song that is somewhere close, like in our royalty-free library, somewhere close to In the Air Tonight,
I'd have to remake everything. The thing is, I don't have the isolated tracks. I have the final composition. I don't have the. I'd have to just re-record it, and which could be possible, but just can't.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
You can't recapture the magic. You can try.
I know.
17 days to weeks.
No, it's just going to. Rockstar's right. It is going to be a facsimile of the great original.
Yeah. And what was it? Yeah, it's just I wish I had the copy. I'm looking for the copy of your reaction, the live version of when I played it.
Yeah.
With y'all's initial reaction. That's the best one.
Now, I laughed hard at Lance in the first segment today.
But all I'm saying is
17 days.
You've got to start doing these Dr. Lou segments pretty soon.
Oh, I know.
What better way to knock out the first one than to surprise us with a remake of the
You
Open?
could already be doing it.
Yep. And that's check one, and you got the Open all year long.
Mm-hmm.
So
I've already told him we're not going to do the pick 6 this year. I want us to call it the pick 3, just so your song can be back.
Yeah,
it was back. It was pick 6.
Yeah.
So Lunsford will probably laugh at the question I'm about to ask. Can we skirt the copyright laws by dropping the song an octave or something like that?
You drop the song an octave. You're dropping me an octave.
No, not the pick 3. I'm talking about for the Friday song.
Yeah. Probably not.
No, okay. I heard Lunsford right there. Tell Brown to shut up. Let's go.
I'm just saying, 17 days.
It's a magic number.
What Dunaway wants you to do is do it and us reenact our laughter. Okay, Brown laughs right there.
No, I don't want us to reenact.
You did that one time. What was it you were trying to get us to do? To recreate with our laughter and everything.
Oh, the La Excelencia.
Yeah, La Excelencia.
Yeah, to script that out because I have a copy of that. All
The
right.
best was that was one of the last times Lance lost it during the trash tournament.
No, I know.
couldn't
He
stop
could not
laughing.
finish it. Yeah.
We've got a lot to do in our next meeting to come up with what we're doing in 17 days.
Mm-hmm.
A lot to do. Can't wait to read calls another meeting. We doing that Monday?
Every day.
Looking forward to that.
Look at your calendar.
Showtime.
That dang calendar. All right, back in a moment. Final segment's coming up right here. Got a Cowan Equipment poll question out there. We'll tell you what that is next as well.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Bryant Brown here from the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Preseason football is getting started, and it's time to get a jump on the year with LancesLock.com. Take advantage today through August 11th and get $30 off your first month subscription at LancesLock.com with promo code PRESEASON. At LancesLock.com, you'll get every single lock every single day for only $90 a month. But you have to subscribe now. Go to LancesLock.com, select our monthly subscription, and enter the code PRESEASON. Get $30 off your first month. Win with me the preseason at LancesLock.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store.
Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Final segment brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Brownie, tell us about Cowan Equipment, and I'll read you one of the poll questions we have out there.
If you, Jimmy Dunaway, are having trouble finding that new plastic on-the-seat piece of equipment, you aren't alone. And the good news is you can get help from our friends at Cowan Equipment Company. Check out their rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet, and now it's for sale. Cowan.com/featured used equipment or 800-239-COWAN. That's Cowan.com/featured used equipment or 800-239-COWAN for more information.
One of the many questions we have out there, with every dollar you have, you must bet on either an SEC team or non-SEC team to win the college football national title. Who you got? 96.3% of you so far say an SEC team. Overwhelming 3.7% say Ohio State could win it.
I just think more people are looking at I get two, and I'm going to trust those two. And Ohio State scares me a little bit, but if I got to put the money down, I'm going to go with where I get two.
That was interesting today. So too was it talking to John Talty, Wimp Sanderson, and Bryant Vincent. All that stuff is podcasted for you at Next Round Live. Next Round Live. Also, the morning rounds back after a little bit of a hiatus for 3 weeks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there were a couple along the way, a couple of Fridays when I was in the studio I did it, but can't do them on the road. So
yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, so I knocked them out again today. You get some top reads there. The folks at Saturday Down South are doing some interesting things. Top 25 players in the SEC, top 25 coaches, ranking the top 25 coaches in the country. That kind of stuff from Connor O'Gara and Matt Hayes. You can get links to that this morning in the morning rounds.
Did any of them jump Kirby? I haven't looked. Kirby in front of Dabo Swinney?
You know, I didn't look either
because
today.
Dabo obviously is
it's in the top reads, but I didn't read that one, bro.
I was going to blow right past that one. Don't want to jump on you for that. For years, though, it used to be really, really easy. You would go Nick Saban number one. Dabo Swinney is the only other one to win championships number two. But now that you've got Kirby winning a recent championship, I just wondered if anybody jumped Kirby in front of Dabo. And with Dabo falling off, he had 10 wins last year.
Top 5 from Matt Hayes at Saturday Down South. Number 5, Brian Kelly.
Okay.
Number 4, Ryan Day.
Okay.
Number 3, Dabo Swinney.
Number 2, Kirby Smart.
Number 2, Nick Saban. Number 1, Kirby Smart from Matt Hayes.
Again, he's doing the old, if I were starting a program today or snapshot on 1 year or whatever.
Fight amongst yourselves about the moment Smart versus the resume Saban. I'm taking the moment in a sport that screams, what have you done for me lately?
All right. I'm not gonna jump on Matt Hayes for that. Kirby just won the national championship. He and Nick Saban last year had the best model going. I will say head-to-head, they
split games last year.
They split in the head-to-head. Kirby won the more important of the two, no doubt.
Yeah. I would imagine that if you're an Alabama fan, you could cut and paste that story out from Matt Hayes and make him eat a little bit crow later on this year, maybe.
Matt also likes to spice it up a little bit. I'm not going to, the talk radio thing to do would be say how crazy this is.
It's not crazy.
But I'm not going to say it's crazy at all. It's a guy that just won the national championship, and he beat Nick Saban to do it. Now, I think most people will tell you he probably beat one of Nick Saban's least talented national championship teams, but it was still in the national championship game.
Brian Kelly at 5 ahead of Lincoln Riley at 6 is surprising. He has Jimbo 7, Luke Fickell at 8, Cristobal 9, Whittingham 10.
Well, that's a little high for Cristobal in my opinion.
Yeah. Lowest rated guy who I think is a pretty good coach. Mike Gundy 21.
Ooh,
is that low?
That is low. The guy just coached for the Big 12 championship.
Yeah. So interesting list from Matt Hayes, Saturday Down South right there. I like him. He does a really good job. I wouldn't have Kirby ahead of Nick, though. I wouldn't do that. All right. Thanks to everybody who showed up here at the studio today.
All you getting paid to be here. Good job.
In the world?
I've learned very quickly. You know what we need in the break room? A bushwhacker machine.
Would that ever get out of hand, Rocky?
What we call these is called a Wednesday live show. That's what this is called.
Well, I did think about it. I have done 6 road shows and 4 studio shows in my last 10 shows. Yeah. It's good.
Spread out over 3 weeks.
It's good to be first time in your career. Back in a moment. Back tomorrow. God bless you. God bless America.